Okay, alright, I was just making sure my mic was all set. Alright, everybody, welcome. It's Unstoppable Stiletzi today, and I got a really cool announcement for you. So, you know how we haven't had like a real Wars Liberty tournament in a very long time, right? It's been about, I would say, a year or so since we had the Chorizo Ligas, and even longer since we had like a whole community wide tournament. Well, I'm telling you today that I am hosting a new Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty tournament, as you can see in this big giant document here. Yep, I've been planning it out in my head for the past 6 or so months. Multiple Wars of Liberty players have talked to me and said, hey, Steletsy, we need to think about maybe getting a tournament here to grow our community, bring back the glory of the old days when we used to have new patches and everything. And I said, yeah, I would love to host it, you know what I mean? Especially since I'm the main content creator of this mod. So, yeah, I think it's very imperative that I was the one to host this whole thing and put some time into coming up with different rules and different maps. And I've been getting help along the way as well for it, so it's not just me. So yeah, definitely. I definitely appreciate all the assistance and ideas I've gotten from different people about setting this event up. So yeah, it's really really good. Yeah. So what I'm doing now is I'm just gonna like put the announcement out on the Wars Liberty server and a couple of other key ones, and then we're getting right into the announcement. I'm not going through every Discord server that I have right now. I can do that a little bit later once we get into like the casting and stuff which I'm planning, but right now we're just gonna focus on the meat and potatoes and let everybody know about this tournament. So, what is this exactly? So, in the past, like in the long past, not in the more recent past, what we used to do is we used to have the Wars Liberty team and usually the ESOC community get together and organize a big official tournament for Wars Liberty, because as you know, ESOC back in the old days before Definitive Edition used to host a ton of tournaments on their ESO online thing for AoE3, right? On top of doing the vanilla, they used to always host the Wars Liberty thing, usually called the Cheese Hunt or Jamboree, Wool Jamboree, something of that nature, and usually Daedalus or someone else from the ESOC community would host that for us. It's been a long time, you know, Definitive Edition came out, a lot of things change. Uh, Obviously, ESO Online is no longer available, and a lot of things had to be modified there, obviously. So, yeah. I'm trying to return back to the glory days when we used to have like these really good tournaments with every major patch release, right? And this is going to be the first such one because I feel like the Millies update is a great time to get back into this habit because the Millies update, as you know, very, very significant. Very significant. Added 4 new civilizations, a new culture, even a few new maps. Also, some major changes to some of the older civs, too. We even see new things like new immigrant battalions and things like that here and there. So, yeah, it was a major update all around to the mod as a whole. So, yeah, today I'm going to be going over the information of the tournament with you, give you the rundown of it all, go through the document. Also, this is meant to be a guide for anyone that has never played Age of Empires 3 before or Wars of Liberty on why they might want to try this out, or at least call up one of their buddies that might have played Wars of Liberty or even just Legacy AoE3 back in the day. And I'll go over some other information as well, like if you don't own the legacy copy of AoE3, what to do, because you can still buy it in certain spots as well, so I'll help you with that. Yep, I came prepared today, so don't worry about that. I definitely came prepared today, so you don't have to worry about, you know, me leaving anything out. I spent all this morning planning out what I was going to say and show you and everything, so this should be a really cool intro to the tournament and what it's all about. Yeah, totally. So yeah, should be great. I think I'm gonna send it to the official AoE server, and then we're gonna start going over this tournament right away. I know you probably have very busy days today since it's Sunday and you're doing all your maybe worship stuff, so I want to go through this as quick as possible. And for the people that can stay here, we are going to be casting games as well to show you, if you've never seen Wars Liberty before, what these matches entail, what they look like. Why is Wars Liberty so good, and why you would want to participate in a tournament in it to begin with. And I'm going to do that as well. Because for me, it's not enough to just talk about this at tournament like some random thing to people on the inside. I want to show people on the outside what it looks like too, obviously. And as I'm going through the document, I'm going to show you different facts about Wars Liberty, some stuff on their slightly outdated website, and all that good stuff too. So yeah, this should be pretty awesome. Alright, so let's start now. So this is the document that Nathan put together for me yesterday or the day before. I looked it over and I thought it looked pretty swell, so I just decided to keep it. So this is the Middle East Liga for Wars Liberty. There is translations in English and Espanol, since a large portion of the Wars Liberty community is speaking Espanol only, or mostly, so it kind of helps everybody out along the way. I'm going to go over the first stuff, including the introduction and everything, and then we'll go over some other stuff too. So, here's the intro. Welcome to the brand new Liga for the Middle East patch of Wars of Liberty. First of all, the Liga will be played on the Wars of Liberty game mode, or mod. He should have said mod here, let me say. Not mode. See, this is something that gets people stuck in traps, because I've been messaged by people for years in the comments saying, how do I unlock this mode? And it's not a mode, it's a mod. It's an external mod that you have to install. And I'll go over that too today, how to install it if you've never installed this mod before. It's pretty simple. I'll show you the links you have to go to and everything right here. Should be pretty basic. Yeah, but moving on from there, from Age of Empires 3 base game. I'm going to write Legacy here, just so people know that this is the Legacy copy of Age of Empires 3, not D. Let me put that down now, because we're gonna get a ton of questions otherwise. Yeah, because I'm looking at this and like, we're gonna get a ton of Definitive Edition 3 people. They're gonna say, hey, why can't I install this mod on my game? Actually, I'll write a full Definitive Edition. Yeah, because there's going to be a lot of people that are probably going to fumble this one. So they need to know that you need either a Legacy copy on disc from Steam if you still own it, or purchase from one of the places that I'm going to mention to you as well. And the version will be 1.2.0 C2. Yes, indeed, Wars Liberty does get patches through an updater. Yeah. Wars Liberty is updated usually depending on the situation. It can be weekly, it can be monthly, or it can be more spread out depending on what the project is. So, yeah, Wars Liberty gets a lot of support. Yeah. To register for the Liga, it's very simple. Join the Wars Liberty multiplayer Discord server. I think I stuck that in the stream description if you want to check it. I could, I think you should have put the link in here. I'll do that now. Let me do that now. Yeah, this is all stuff I'm sort of finding out as I'm reading this document. I'm like, hey, maybe he should do this and this and this, X, Y, and Z. And yeah, let me find that URL right now and put it in so people don't wonder. Okay. Hopefully Nathan made it like a permanent URL so we don't run into problems, but I'll just do this here. I'm just going to put that in right there. See, I'm learning things along the way too while I'm announcing this thing. Yep, so there's the URL right there so you can join if you're not already in it. And in the Stiletzi's Liga section. So yeah, last night we put a new channel in to be used specifically for the tournament event, where people can sign up, people can ask questions, people can, discuss different things that are going on or report stuff. Yep, Nathan's on here too, probably looking to add a few things as well, which is totally fine. And what you will do is you will write a little announcement, and you'll say your name, and write, I'm participating in the Liga. So, for instance, Nathan put something in there, he said, Nathan, I'm participating in the Liga, just so we have, like, some definitive proof that you were agreeing to be part of the event. So if you come back later and say, hey, I didn't sign up for this event, what are you talking about? It's literally right here. Here's a screenshot of it for you. Haha. Yeah, but we'll get into that stuff later. What sets this Liga apart from the ones that Chori did in the past is there's going to be hopefully a cash prize that we're looking to utilize here if everything goes according to plan. So, in the past, I think both in Chori, well, mainly the Chori tournaments, there was an issue of participation where people would sign up and then they would never play games, or they would always stick it on the back burner to the point that we'd be waiting weeks and weeks to get a series done. The way that Nathan and a couple of other people sort of proposed it to me to fix that, charge people an entry fee and stick it in a PayPal somewhere, and then when the tournament's over, hand out the prize to the first place winner of the Liga. And I think pretty good idea. But this is only if people can afford the $5 entry fee that we would be charging you. If you can't afford that, and it looks like most people can, I'm probably just going to say pull that part out. But it's a good idea, you know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure a lot of people will be able to afford this entry fee. And obviously, if you cannot use that platform to get it added into it, we'll have to come up with some wacky way to make it work. But yeah. Yep, and this is some instructions that Nathan put for that once we get that going. I'll get to that part later, usually. We just want to get people signed up right now, and we'll decide what to do next after that. Yeah. And here, Liga match rules. Pretty straightforward. It's going to be a best out of 5. Chori used to do best out of 3. But I felt like best out of 5 was more interesting, because I felt like too many best out of 3 series ended too quickly in Chori's tournaments, and I wanted something a bit more lengthier, so I went with the best out of 5. I was thinking of doing best out of 7, but I think people would probably scream at me if I did that, because they'd go like, how am I going to fit in time for that? Because here's the thing. Most of these matches end within, I'd say, like 20 to 40 minutes. But occasionally you get ones that go an hour. So I had to kind of follow Murphy's Law on that one. What can go wrong will go wrong. And if somebody is sitting down there and they have to leave in the middle of something, that's not good. Yeah. Before matches begin, each player can ban 5 civs from their opponent without banning them. Middle East civs cannot be banned. So yes, there are Middle East civs in this mod. So, one thing I was thinking of doing, which is a pretty cool idea actually, before we continue with the document, let's check out how many civs are in this mod actually, so you can see it. Let's see here, you go to Manage Home Cities, Create Home City. Look at all the civ options you have for this event. You got Ethiopia, you got Egypt, Zulu, USA, Australia, Canada, China, India, Japan, Korea, Austria-Hungary, Belgium, British, like all the legacy Europeans plus Danish. Italy's there, of course, from D. And if I haven't mentioned this already, this is not Definitive Edition. You need to get a legacy copy of the game, just so you know. I always try to remind people that. You got a ton of Latin American civs here, from Argentina and Bolivia down to, let's see what we got, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay. Uruguay is the civ. And then you got your Middle Easterners here, Afghans, Persians, Saudi Arabians, Uzbeks. You got some Balkan European civs like Bulgaria, Greece, Romania, and Serbia. You got new natives too, Inca, Mapuche, Tupi. You also had the Lakota and the Haudenosaunee from the old game. Aztecs, since it's a Victorian era mod, kind of didn't have a place in there. And then after that, you got Maori. Cool. Yeah, even a Polynesian civ. So, yeah, if you were on the edge of wondering why Wars Libby is worth having a tournament for, this is why. So many new civs. So many new civs. And I didn't even go over the fact that you can go to age 6 and get like tanks and planes and zeppelins and fighter planes and stuff. It's pretty fun. Yeah, if you like RTS in general and you like the Age of Empires series, you're probably gonna like this event quite a bit. And I recommend either you sign up or you tell somebody to sign up. And if you don't want to do either of that, just show up and watch the matches too. Get people involved because Wars of Liberty is probably one of the biggest modding projects for any Age of Empires game that's ever taken place before. Kind of up there with, the Forgotten Empires and the work that they did. So if we can get more people to watch these events, get people to sign up, we can grow Wars of Liberty despite, the setbacks that happened with World's Edge and Definitive Edition. And who knows, maybe we'll get more people playing Wars of Liberty than they are playing Definitive Edition because of how stagnant that scene has been, which would be really interesting. Yeah, totally. So yeah, I figured I'd show you a little bit of that. But yeah, let's get back into the document now, and I'll go over the rest of the stuff here in the meantime. Oh yeah, people are definitely watching this. I just opened up the stats. So the next little rule here that I'm going to talk about, let's see. Civilizations cannot be repeated multiple times. That's kind of the case for any RTS tournament, I think. But I did make a special rule for the Middle East civs, because they're the newest civs, they're the ones I want to be showcased the most. You can play them twice. You can use them 2 times. I kind of wanted it to be so that you could use them as many times as you want, and then Nathan said, you know what? If somebody finds a really wacky build with one of the Middle East civs and they use them multiple times, people are probably going to scream. So yeah, I'll let people use it twice, but then maybe switch to a new Middle East civ for game 3, 4, and 5, maybe. That's sort of the way I have it set up there. For the organization of points, each game 1 will earn the winner 1 point. This encourages the player not to give up when losing 2-0 and to try to win at least one game to save some points. This acclamation of points by players will be recorded each weekend after the broadcast in a special Liga spreadsheet. So this is, I think, the most important thing that I need to announce about this tournament style. So this is not a bracket, okay? If you lose a series, you're not out of the tournament. This is sort of a rotation where every week you're going to face a new opponent and you're going to do a best out of 5 with them, and it's going to get scored and tallied. The person at the end of the event that has the most points is going to get the cash prize if that's something that we can do. Otherwise, you'll just be the champion. Right. This is the way that Chori used to do his tournaments back when he did them. Instead of having a bracket where people get knocked out of the bracket, we just have a rotating matchup where everybody fights everybody at some point and the scores get tallied. Yeah, it's pretty cool actually, because this encourages people that maybe aren't the best at the game to still participate and still try to get some rank and try to grow their skills. It's pretty fun. You'll enjoy it. And you'll definitely fall in love with the mod by the end of it, because you'll have done so many series, they'll be growing on you at that point. In a good way. And here we are, information regarding casting. All games must be recorded using the rec game button in-game. So I'm going to show that to you right now so nobody questions it. Yeah, I'll show you right now actually that. So let me get rid of this. Let's go into skirmish and I'll show you what that button is so you can see it. So you got to press this button here, this one. This has to be checked on when you do your tournament matches. It has to be. If it's not going to count as far as I'm concerned. You got to press this. And you got to submit the record file that comes from it. And I can give you the directory to look for those save game files as well once you've done it. It would be Documents, My Games, Wars of Liberty, Save Game. That. I should probably write that into the document now so you can, sort of figure that out. Let me do that now, actually. I think some old school players would probably know this already, but I just want to check. Yeah, I think that's important that I put the directory there. Well, it's not a formal directory, but if you're on like a Windows computer, you can usually just click on Documents from your Windows Start button, and then you can like go to the rest of these pretty easily. Yeah. But going back to this, you do need to record every game that you do. It's very important because every one of these matches will ideally be casted by me in regular streams. If we get a lot of people for this event, I might be casting these every single day of the week until my hair turns gray, which would be great. I would love that actually. So please get people signed up so we can do that. Yeah. And there is a little bit of a rule I have here. Basically, let me get the view back on so you can see the screen. Here we go. Yep, this is the directory, by the way, that I just wrote into the document, where to find Rex. And my rule is that you need to name your files to something that can distinguish it from. So, if you have a particular name and your opponent has a particular name, you gotta write it on the file name. But do not use dots, special characters, or anything like that. Just use letters and numbers only, or underscores. If you're a computer science student, or you're a student that took a web development class, you'll understand exactly what I mean. For everyone else, just know that if you put special characters in the file name, it's gonna cause it to act funny when I load it into AOE3, and I'll have to manually fix it myself during the stream, which can be annoying, you know? I mean, maybe I'll realize it and be able to fix it, but if I don't, it'll be an embarrassing moment during the stream, and I'll be like, oh, sorry, looks like somebody... Yeah, but thankfully I know how to fix it if it does happen. I just want to avoid it, so yeah. For instance, if your name's like Nathan, and your opponent's name is Gormistan, you can say Nathan versus Gormistan match 1. It doesn't have to follow a particular order. I know Chori forced us to sort of name it a certain way, but you can name it any way you want as long as I can know that it's you that's doing it against somebody else for that week. That's all. I can be a bit flexible in some areas as needed. Other rules for the tournament. Obviously, no cheating is allowed. No hacking, no spawning units into the map using Yep. If we magically see 2,000 musketeers spawning in on the map, you using a map trainer doing that, you're out of the tournament. We have no tolerance for that stuff. If we see any monster trucks showing up on the map, also that's a problem. If we see you magically acquire 50,000 resources out of nowhere and start doing stuff, yeah, that's also a problem. But the thing is, I have not seen a cheater in the Legacy game in a long time. Like a very long time. I think the last time we saw people cheating on the maps was probably like 3, 4, 5 years ago or something. Very long time ago. So I don't think we're going to have to worry about this. Yeah. I actually did see somebody cheat in Arena, I think last year. But that was about it. Yeah, I've never seen anyone since then. And I think somebody cheated on Risk as well, but that's besides the point. Most of the people that used to cheat in the game have moved on into Definitive Edition where they're not allowed to do it, so yeah, the problem solved, but yeah. Similarly, regarding behavior, we don't want people sort of like harassing each other, insulting each other, doing anything that gives me or the event a bad rap, so don't do that. If you're being really annoying about it after being told, hey, you better pipe down a bit, we'll probably just boot you out of the event to save face and move on with the people that want to act like civilized adults. But yeah, I shouldn't have to say too much about that one. That one's a little bit more obvious. If you want to leave the Liga for any reason, like if, you know, you're getting deployed into the military, you gotta, like, you're having a life emergency, like a typhoon or something going on that's gonna cut your power to your city or something like that, you gotta let me know ahead of time. And if you can, try to find somebody to replace you in your spot. Yeah, because if you can find somebody to replace you in the event and they win on your behalf, maybe we'll give them half and you half, of the prize money. That could work. As an incentive, because even if you can't do the whole thing and you find somebody who can do it on your behalf and take your slot, we'll divvy it up between you two or three people to do it. So that's cool. You can also notify Struts if you want to stream Liga matches yourself. Yeah, so if you're somebody that has a YouTube or Twitch or a Kick platform that wants to cast these games yourself, you can happily do that too. Particularly if you are someone of another language than English. I am a English speaker primarily. If you're someone that does Espanol, Portuguese, Greek, French, German, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Persian, Pashto, anything that wants to cast these games for your community, I'll give you the recordings. I'll submit them to you, because Chori used to do that with me. Because here's the thing, the Chori tournaments were never put on YouTube, but I'm the one that put them on YouTube because I compelled him to do it, and he said, "Okay, I'll take this, this, and this," and I used to do it. I'll give you that same courtesy. If you want to grow your YouTube platform using this event, I'll let you do it. Just link my stream. That's the only thing I guess I might ask you to do, to be courteous. Just link my stream to it as well, so they can credit the original organizer of the event and everything. But other than that, all is good. If you have any questions about the organization or running of the tournament, feel free to send private message or contact us directly in the Liga Discord server, the one that I put the link into the document for. There you'll be able to message me or someone who's helping me out about the event, and we'll be able to answer your questions right away. This event is pretty straightforward. There shouldn't be too many problems. I don't think so. Yeah, if you've been part of a Wars Liberty event in the past, I don't think you're gonna have any problems with this event at all. It's gonna be very straightforward and streamlined. If you're somebody that doesn't know Age of Empires 3 or RTS that much, you might need a little bit of help, and I'm glad to help you along the way, just so we can get as many people in as possible. Yeah, so. Yeah, is there anything else in this document? Yep, and this is the whole thing I read above there, all in Espanol. So if you are a Juanito Taco, as I call him, you would want to follow this information here. I don't know if an actual Juanito wrote this, or if it was done using Google Translate, so mind if there's any sort of typos in there or not. I'm not totally sure. I know a little bit of Juanito tongue, but that's about it. Couldn't do the whole thing, but yeah. Alright, so now that that's done, there's a few things I want to go over for people in general. So if you want to participate in the oh yeah, and I should mention oh, you know what I should do, which would be smart, I should take this here. I'm going to show you this site in a second. I should take this here and put it into the document too. Yep. Let me put this here. Yep, that way there's no complaints that they don't know what Wars Liberty is or where to get it. So there it is for you. a3wool.com/index. There you go. straight as it can be. Alright. And I should probably put that in the stream description later too if I haven't already. I'll probably do that as well. Yeah. Because, every now and then you need somebody who needs help with this. But yeah. So anyways, if you're somebody that's never played Wars Liberty before, you don't know what it is, but you have a copy. Well, first of all, let's start with step one. Do you own a copy of Legacy Age of Empires 3? If you do, you're all set. Play it. Yeah. We'll get to that in just a moment. I got plenty of recordings today that we're going to go over as well. But yeah. First is first. If you don't own a copy of Legacy Age of Empires 3, that being the one that they released in 2005 on either a disc copy or a Steam one or something related to that, you need to purchase that to participate. The best way of doing that is to go to this site here, Humble Bundle. It costs about $40 US, which I don't know why they're charging such a huge price for that, but honestly, considering how good Wars of Liberty is, I would consider purchasing this, even if it is a little bit of a high price. And you can save up to $8 or more with Humble Choice, too, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, if you've used Humble Bundle before, this will be nothing new for you, and you'll just, do this. But, after you purchase it here, or if you already own Age of Empires 3 Legacy, you would move to this website now, the Wars of Liberty site. On it, you can see all sorts of information about the mod. Just be aware that some of the information is outdated. Like, here it says that the melee civs have not been released yet, but they have. They've been released for about over a month now. But you can just get a taste of what some of the cultures look like. Your Native Americans, your nation states, your Balkan civs, your old Europeans, Polynesians, Asians, Middle East, your Latin Americans, Africans, and your Anglos. So like the United States, Canada, and Australia. Plus, there is a guide down here too that shows you how these civs tie to other RTS titles. So here, Greeks, Romanians, Egyptians, and all these have references to Age of Mythology. Sioux and Ethiopians have references to AoE 2. Zulu and Chileans have references to StarCraft. Swedish, Canadians, and Romanians have references to the Warcraft 3, very popular RTS. If you like Civ 5 or even Civ 6, Paraguay, Habsburgs, or it should be Austria-Hungary, Mexico, Germans, and Italians had some references to that. And if you like Rise of Nations, a lot of civs were influenced by that. You got Colombia, Australia, America, Korea, Zulu, Ethiopia, and Egypt. I don't think they included some of the newer Latin American and the Middle East civs in that, so again, that probably needs to be updated a bit. Yep. So anyways, you're trying to install Wars of Liberty, right? So where do you go? You obviously click on this button here, download, press that, and you would download the installer right here. This is the first step. Ignore this. It will overwrite your AoE 3 installation. So, yep. You kind of have to make a copy of your Age of Empires 3 game folder. Well, not the game folder, but the bin folder if you want to keep playing the Legacy game. But I don't think that'd be most of you. If you're coming to this for the tournament alone, you probably don't need to worry too much about this. But if you play Asian Dynasty still, and play things like Woloseum, Arena, Comp Stomp with your friends or whatever, you will need to make a copy of your bin folder. Or I think on the disc it's a slightly different name to still be able to do that. But that's a whole different situation. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of that. And then after this, though, after you use the installer here, it's a basic installer with the wizard, so you don't have to worry about anything on that front. You would then download the updater here. And then the updater will patch in as much stuff that you need, basically. Because here's the thing. The installer is rarely updated. So you will probably most likely have to run the updater here to get the thing up to date for the tournament. That's something I can guarantee you, mostly. Yeah. But there's something important that you need to know, though. So basically, this is a Java-based updater. So you will need to make sure you have the Java runtime on your machine. I don't know what version you need, but if you don't have Java yet, just install whatever version's the most recent one, I guess. I think for people that have kind of a slightly older Java runtime environment, that might still be okay. Might still be fine, but definitely check. If it gives you problems, complain about the version or whatever, obviously reinstall it within the latest version. But yeah. But if you're having problems with both the installer and the updater here, you do have other options too. You can basically get all of the Wars of Liberty versions through these files here, these RAR files, and manually install them yourself using copy-paste. It's the last case scenario. You definitely don't want to do that if you can avoid it, but if you have to because you're in a country that has problems with the updater latency or whatever, here is all the manual install stuff for you. You'd start down here and you'd work your way up the ladder. It's time consuming, annoying, but thankfully this is why we have an installer and an updater here. But for some people, depending on what country you're in, you might have to do the manual install option. Just so you know. And for that, all you would do is you would download these RAR files one by one, extract them, and copy and paste them to your Wars Libby or your AOE3 bin directory. Yeah. And that should be good. Yeah. So yeah, now that we've gotten all that out of the way, I wanted to spend today sort of doing some Wars Liberty matches with you, like casting some games that people submitted yesterday and the day before. If you didn't know, I am I'm kind of the official Wars Liberty caster for matches, not just tournament matches, but informal ones as well. So I cast Wars Liberty games multiple days a week nowadays, ever since the Middle East patch came out. Obviously, when things slow down a bit, I'm not casting as much, but whenever there's a new major release like the World War I Age one or the Middle East one, I'm at the forefront commentating on matches, teaching people about features, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, now that we're done with this document here, and I think you've seen everything you needed to, right? I think I include the document in the stream description as well. If you want to check it out on your own time, go for it. Now I just want to go over some Wars Liberty games with you too. In past leagues, any unit with high health or damage points was considered OP, even though the game where this imbalance was seen was between an experienced player and an inexperienced one. How can we determine what is OP and what is not OP? So, in general, OPness would... I gotta avoid saying it that way. It sounds kind of yabe in that way. But basically, if a unit... What would determine if a unit is unbalanced or not would be if there is no way of beating it by a high-skilled player. Like, if you take a high-seeded opponent like Alucard, Code Fender, Goimistan, and they can't beat it, no matter what they try, it's probably busted. Yeah. Because here's the thing, and I think I haven't said this yet, we actually talked to the developers of the mod in the past week, and we actually had them release this new version 1.2.0 C2 with specific balancing fixes for this event. So the Wars Liberty team went out of their way to make sure that this tournament happened and that the most pressing balance issues were resolved. Yeah. I mean, right now I would say everything is balanced perfectly, or as close to perfect as it can get in Wars Liberty, obviously, right? All of the major pressing stuff that, that would warrant it being banned in the tournament is probably not there right now. Just saying. Yeah. If something does come up, though, you'll let me know. I'll look at it. Somebody will look at it and we'll make a determination. But as of right now, the Wars Liberty team is kind of going above and beyond making sure that there's nothing huge going on. Oh, so you're giving me an example. Let me see. I say this because in the case of the Maori, for example, the civilization is complex to play, and its units barely compensate for the civilization's poor gameplay. So, is it OP then? Maori is not OP because there is many, many windows and opportunities the player has to wipe out Maori. And if you let them grow to the point that they can make whip spearmen and all this crazy stuff to destroy you, it means you're probably being super lazy in your gameplay. Yeah. Because, yeah, no. Plus, they nerfed the whip spearmen this patch, didn't they? Yeah, no, they actually nerfed the Maori Civ stuff like the whip spearmen. So, I would say, there's a point where it's it's OP, and there's a point where it's the player's fault for not catching something in time and, defending themselves or rushing or something. Yeah. Maori is a really tough civ to play, and they have to kind of get everything right to win. And they have to hope that the other player doesn't know how to beat them and stuff. So, yeah. Because here's the thing. Like, I always cover a lot of Maori gameplays and stuff. I, for instance, think people should run assault units against Maori because they don't have any dragoons, and people never do that, and that's why they always lose, I think. I tell you how to do it, and nobody follows the recipe, and they end up getting cooked because of it. So, it's not that Maori's OP, it's just that people aren't using their minds and using the proper counters, because that's the thing that, in the case of Maori, like you're saying, that's the thing that makes Maori not OP. The fact that there's specific unit classes that Maori don't have a totally definitive way of dealing with, like assault class, because Maori doesn't have, and a Maori doesn't have assault class either. They don't have assault, they don't have dragoons. They're missing specific unit types, so for what they do good with scout and siege trooper, they're missing other areas, yeah. Yep, Gringo's making business, absolutely. Gafas, totally. Gringo business. A Gringo business model. Yeah. Alright, so if you have, does anybody else have any other concerns about the event as well? Or are we good? Yeah. Yep, Nathan thinks that we could maybe improve the Wars of Liberty Liga section channel or whatever. Should be pretty cool, yeah. Oh, and awesome. It looks like the Wars of Liberty team has put out an official announcement about the Wars of Liberty event. That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. We'll be definitely be working the next few days to get all this stuff set up and everything. Uh, I could try to do that. Wait a second. Nathan's telling me I could maybe like highlight the World Liga channel. Let me move it up a bit. Okay, I moved it up above organized games. Is that fine? Let me see. Edit channel. Is there anything else I can add? I can add a picture to it, but I'll put a channel topic. I'll put a little descriptor in there. Alright, let me do that. There we go. I put a little description in there. That sounds good. Yep, I moved it up to the top of multiplayer. Is that good? That should be fine, I think. If we need anything else, please let me know. Also, I'll be checking for any more preguntas people have as well about the event, too. Anyway, wrong link. Wrong URL, sorry about that. Let me see. Trying to find the URL. Because I wanted to share the stream with a few more Discord servers as well, now that we're through the announcement phase of it. Because now we're going to be on to the casting phase of it and showing people matches, which is something I usually do. And if people want to see that part of it now, I can sort of welcome everybody in and stuff. And I'll probably give people another greeting as well once they come in. What is wrong with my... What is wrong with my... I keep trying to copy it on the right URL here. It's like, dude. Copy link. This one. This one. Yeah, Discord's being weird with me today. I'm just trying to click the URL and it's not being Alright, there we go. That's what I wanted. Alright. Very nice. Awesome. That's what we were looking for, man. Good, good, good. I'm probably going to do a few of these, and I'm just going to continue with the next step. Any stuff in the chat, by the way? Oh, yeah, I know you're Kaiser. I know you're Kaiser. You're the one. I know. I remember your PFP image, so I know that's you. How many players are needed to start the Liga? We'll have to see. The Chorizo one had about. How many people were in the Chorizo one? Like a minimum of like 20, 24 people or something. We need quite a few. We need quite a few to make it a justifiable event, so get anyone and everyone you can to join. That's what I would say is probably the best way to do this, honestly. Get everyone you possibly can to join the event. That's the only way we're going to make this happen. If we can't get enough people signed up, we might not be able to hold this thing. So please try to get me at least 24, 26 people. If we can get even more, even better. Yeah, anyone and everyone that loves Age of Empires 3, RTS, AoE, history stuff, gaming. Anyone that wants to like try this mod out, get them on here. That's what I would say. Even if they're not skilled players. I mean, we can have skilled people, lesser skilled people. It's all supposed to be, a fun event. And if for whatever, I would go as far to say this too. I mean, even if somebody can't afford the entry fee that we might be charging people, we can still let them in to participate too. Like, if it comes down to that, I'm willing to drop the entry fee requirement if it's something that's going to be a negative as well. So yeah, let them know that. Let them know that if you can't afford this fee, you might still be able to participate because we just want you in here doing matches as long as you're willing to commit to the matches, right? Because that was the whole point of incentivizing financial stuff, was to potentially get somebody not super rich, but rich enough from participating. So, yeah, if it comes down to it, we can maybe use that method to get people in. If it's going to be a negative thing, maybe drop it and just let people participate. Yeah, I'm willing to be flexible with this. I'm trying to get as many people signed up as possible and get people they're going to stay on and do the matches through every week. And organizing it's going to be really fun, but it's totally worth it. It's been a while since we've had these tournaments, and we definitely need to get back to it for sure. So yeah, I think it's really important we have a Liga if people are willing to sign up and everything. Totally. I think I got I'm trying to look through all the Discord. I think I got through most of them. Just gotta check. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Yeah. Two more servers, then we're all set. Yeah. I've been moving like lightning today. Yeah, especially since I have to cover all this tournament stuff. Oh, yeah, today's Super Bowl day too, by the way, if you're a USA person. So it is a big, eventful day too, by the way. I know a lot of the gringos are probably preparing for that right now, but hey, after the Super Bowl, they can look forward to this when the football season ends, which is really awesome. Yeah, and I did not plan it this way, by the way. So don't make it sound like I'm a marketing guy that decide, hey, I'm gonna wait till the Super Bowl happens to announce this so we can like get everybody to watch Wars of Liberty in place of football. No, the cards just fell into place perfectly for this. So it's purely coincidental, as I say. Yeah. All right. In the new patch 1.2.0c, have they fixed the Anglo-Saxon mortars? They weren't attacking the infantry, and the Anglo-Culverins don't have a bonus against infantry. I don't think that they formally reworked the Anglophony artillery roster yet, because the Anglophony culture is eventually going to get phased out of the game, so they didn't want to do anything with that. As with the case with the Volantes. ¿Eres tu cap? Sí, we el mismo. ¿Cómo va la cosa? Cap equal win-win for almonds. Yep. Oh yeah, no, Cap always wins with the almonds. Almonds, Germans, Japanese, sometimes Koreans, Mexicans for life, yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But yeah, no, basically I think the developers aren't going to do anything with the artillery for the Anglophony culture because that culture is eventually going to get removed from the game anyways. So they didn't want to do anything with it. As for the Volantes, the developers did remove that two Volantes shipment in age 3 for the Paraguayans and moved it to age 4. So they did the tweaking, the necessary tweaking to make everything work in the end, I think. Yeah. Look at all the chats, man. Never see the chat this active. They're speaking in Juanito Taco tongues now. You know, people are getting active. This is what we like to see. If it wasn't that active, I'd be a little scared for the event. But if people are already discussing stuff, people are already talking about, that's good. Yeah, I just need as many people as possible to like find as many Juanitos or Gringos or anyone in the world that wants to play Wars of Liberty to get them onto this event. We'll deal with the money thing once we get enough people signed up. And yeah, we'll figure that out. It'll work out in the end. But anyways, for people who are here that've never played Age of Empires 3 before, people that never seen Wars of Liberty before, I'm just gonna go through a number of matches here that people submitted to the Discord server the other day, and just show you what the matches look like, show you all the new civs hopefully, or at least many of them, in these recordings, and you can sort of gain your own opinion on the mod, and if you would like to either participate in this event or watch it with us and support it. Because even just watching these streams when I start casting these is going to be a big help too. So even if you don't want to play the game, you just want to watch it and learn about it, that could be helpful too for me. So yeah, whatever you can do to help out is mostly appreciated. Rec games. So let's see which ones we're watching. Fufi versus Nathan. Yeah. Fufi hasn't been around a long time. It's good to see him back again with some more matches. So that's just fine. Yep, these ones. These matches came in from yesterday. So I'm assuming these matches were... Well, here's the thing. I got 2 versions of Wars of Liberty available. I got the previous version and this one. So if we get any sort of out of syncs from these, I will probably just, I'll probably just go with the previous version and run them again. It's sort of the one problem you have to worry about when new patches come out is knowing which version the recording will work on. Sometimes it'll work on the current one, sometimes you have to go to the past one. But usually it out of syncs right away if there's a problem, so we shouldn't have to worry about it, I hope. Alright, so here we are, game number 1. We got Nathan as Central America and Fufi as Maori. Yeah, Maori, as we've been discussing for the past few moments, is a very complicated civ. It's a very tricky civ to learn. It's very strong, but also has a lot of holes in it too, if you want to exploit them. So yeah, this should be a really good matchup here. And best of all, these are 2 completely new cultures to people coming into this mod for the first time, so there should be a lot of interesting stuff to talk about here. Yep, Central America is part of the Latin American culture, right? And then Maori is currently the only related civ part of the Polynesian culture. Yep, there will be Polynesian civs coming out in the future, namely Hawaii, Rapa Nui, and possibly a few others, but this will be a really, really cool event here with so many new civs and cultures, so this should be really interesting. So, yep, Central America. I'm going to try to give you a bit of a summary of this civ, kind of give you the ins and outs of what really makes them special. So, most important with Central America, or actually any Latin American civ, every Latin American civ in the mod has a unique villager and a unique explorer as well. So, yep, that's what makes Latin American civs pretty unique. They all have their own unique villager and their own unique explorer. For the Central Americans, they actually get 2 villagers. They get the Honaro, what makes them different is they yield more resources from natural resources. What does that mean? So basically, when the villager is hunting, mining, wood chopping, or gathering from berries, they will yield more resources from those places, which means they will be able to gather from those things for longer than an average villager and thus make more value from it. So, like for instance, this huntable here has about 400 food on it, right? For a regular villager, they'll get like a maximum of 400 food from the animal. Whereas these villagers can get like, I think like 450 food from the animal over the long haul. So basically, it cuts down on your need for like mills and plantations in the long term. And also, there's this unique villager here, the Calatelo, that can actually build more natural resources for you too. So if you run out of like hunts, berries, trees, and mines, this guy can build more of them for you. Obviously for a small resource cost, but it's good to know that you can actually avoid ever having to make like late game resource buildings just by using this Calatero villager here. Just be aware though, if he dies, you can't train him again, so try not to lose this guy. He also boosts the gather rate of your nearby villagers, too. It's sort of like a little beacon, leading to really, really good economy. It's very nice. And I guess a little bit later, as you'll find out, Central America runs their army a bit weird. Because the Central America Civ is kind of the union of 6 separate republics or countries in one. And you actually have to choose your military roster based on the country you want to be. So if you want to be Costa Rica, you'll get a Costa Rican roster, Guatemala, Honduras, etc. Each roster will contain 5 units, 1 with the Royal Guard upgrade. But the thing is, if you don't like that roster, you can rejoin the Central American Union again and become a new republic and get a whole new Royal Guard unit. Yeah, eventually you can have up to 6 Royal Guard units as a Civ. So, really cool stuff. Yeah. As for the other side, though, Maori. Maori's aging up right now using a voyage. Yep, Maori do not age up at the town center. They have their explorer jump in this little boat and sail somewhere and come back with stuff, and then you age up from that. He is going to New South Wales, it looks like, as you can see in the little GIF file there, with the ship moving in the water. Pretty cool. This will give him, I think, a crate of food and some natural resources around the thing. Should be quite nice. Should be pretty awesome. Yeah. This is his deck, by the way, too. I should mention, by the way, the Maori is, and I think the Polynesians in general, are the only culture to really have these types of cards here with 2 boats on them. This means that you need 2 shipments to send these cards, but that means that they're very powerful. Yeah. Like, if you send this card here that costs 2 shipments instead of 1, you'll get like 14 military units. That's a big number. It's very nice. And you might be asking, where do I get all these shipments from? Well, that's interesting, because if you get the more expensive voyages available to you as Maori, you'll actually get shipments with the age up that you can directly plug into this. And that's sort of the whole idea, basically. Yeah. It's kind of fascinating, actually, how that works. Alright, coming back down to here. We got Central America going up with the first CSA wave there. Yep, if you didn't know, instead of aging up with politicians, Latin American civs age up with immigrant colonies. And immigrant colonies are actually a secondary town center that you will gain that adds new functionality to your civ. So here you see the Confederate wagon. Confederate wagon will turn into a Confederate colony. And from it, you can do 2 things. Actually, 3 things. You can train immigrant workers from that colony that specializes in one task. You can send battalions of their military units, which will cost a shipment. So kind of like infinite cards. And then you'll get 2 added technologies that cost a shipment from the colony too. So kind of simulating the age-up process for United States and Mexico in the 5th edition, where you would get 2 new cards unlocked in your deck. Yeah, obviously in Legacy Age of Empires 3, They don't have the coding ability to add cards to a deck. So the way they get around that is basically just making the cards available in this building's UI and having that act as your 2 new cards, basically. Kind of a cool feature. Yeah, so you could have considered the immigration system like the Definitive Edition American culture system on steroids, really. Yeah, because you get the 2 new cards, plus you get infinite shipments available for the rest of the game, too, involving units. Yeah. Central America is going with an outlaw push from his Codillos here. Codillos are a secondary explorer hero you can get as Latin America by building a town hall that will let you train outlaws. Yeah. You know outlaws, right, from Asian dynasties, the Renegado, the Pistolero, the Comanchero. Basically, Latin America is really good with outlaws, to the point that they can actually upgrade them like regular military units. But they still have the problem where they're pop inefficient, though. So these guys, even though they kind of have the stats of a 1 pop unit, still cost like 2 population space. But thankfully for Central America, they get this cool card here, Livingston Code, which subtracts 1 population cost from the unit, effectively turning them into a pop efficient unit, funnily enough. Yeah, there are some exceptions to the rule where you can turn these guys into pop efficient units, and when that happens, it's often quite good. Yeah. Nathan is picking up counter marking now. This is a mining card. Since outlaws cost only gold, as you know, picking up this mining card is very good, actually, and it'll allow him to get even more outlaws with it. But watch out, though. Looks like Maori's going for a fast fortress. He's getting a second voyage, this time to the South Island of New Zealand. This is considered a cheap and fast age up. Doesn't give you any rewards, but ages up super quick. Kind of like Exiled Prince for the Europeans. Yeah. What this means is Fufi will try aging up and coming back with a powerful shipment of units in age 3. Yeah, I'm a little worried with the timing, though, because look at these outlaws here. These outlaws are pressing into Fufi right away. Very nice. And this is proof here that Maori is an OP, by the way. If you catch them off guard with strong outlaw pushes like this, Maori kind of just doesn't know what to do. And this is why I classify Maori as like a lower tiered Civ, by the way. Even though they do have their shining moments where they do really good, there are some times like this where you can get a big outlaw push right away, and Maori won't have an answer for you because they're trying to age up. So you gotta be really careful playing the Maori Civ. Looks like Fufi's deciding to ship in the fighters. The fighters are sort of like coyote runners. So they're like a melee cavalry on foot. Plus he's picking up the Huera fighter upgrade here. With Polynesian civs, for the first upgrade, you get to choose what unit to turn the original one into. So instead of just having regular fighters for the rest of the game, you actually get to choose a weapon to give them that will actually give them different properties. If you go with the Huera fighters, for instance, they'll go from using a little tiny club to a big giant stick that gives them huge area of effect damage. But if you go with the Melee fighter, they'll keep the tiny club, but they'll become sharpened and they'll do more damage. So, yeah, there's different possible upgrade paths with Maori, which is really awesome. Something that none of the other civs really has. And it's a very different experience in Age of Empires 3 because you've never really seen units be treated that way before in this environment, so it's pretty cool. Okay, so the Huera fighters are in. They're hitting the Cachulicos right now. He's got a batch of redcoats too to fight the Manyosos. These were a melee outlaw. Wait a second. So, is the redcoats fighting the Manyosos? Yeah, you gotta fight the Manyosos, man. These are the assault units. So they're kind of like a coyote runner too, but with hand armor. Making them really good against infantry. Easy win for Nathan there. Yep. Yep, basically Nathan had a strong outlaw push in mind with the Cochilicos and the Manyosos, and he caught Maori completely off guard, who was just expecting a quick and easy fast fortress. Yeah. That was pretty funny, actually. Yeah, no, totally. Good move there by Nathan, catching your opponent off guard. That's the sort of thing we need to see in War's Liberty, by the way, in matches. In general, you gotta be very strategic. You can't just say, alright, Maori's best move is Fast Fortress, so I'm just gonna do that. You kinda have to test the waters a bit. Scout your opponent out, see what they're doing. If they're building a military build that looks like they're going for a push, try to defend a bit. If you don't, you're probably gonna end up like this. Defeated. So yeah. Yeah, it all happened so quickly too. That's a funny thing about it. Happened so fast, man. Muy rápido. Muy rápido indeed. So here we are. We're going to game number 2 now. Fufi versus Nathan. And then we got some other ones to look at too. I might look at all of them today, actually. Would be a pretty cool idea, actually. Yeah, totally. Let me see. Look at all the recordings I have, by the way. I got so many. This just shows you how many matches I cover on my channel, by the way. It's always pretty eventful here. Always got so many stuff to cover. Alright, this is game number 2 now. Let's see how this one turns out, because I know Fufi is a very capable opponent, so yeah. Oh, interesting. So we got Nathan playing as Saudi Arabians, one of the newest civs to the mod, and then Fufi is playing as Afghanistan. Oh, Afghanistan versus Saudi Arabia. Good matchup. Alright, so looks like Nathan is building his oasis now. This is a cool little side building you can construct on the side of a town center called a citadel. The oasis produces food bushes over time of date palms. And you can obviously eat those date palms like any other food source. And it's considered a berry bush, which means anything like furrier, spice trade, anything like that will actually boost your gather rate from the date palm as well. And just so I put it out there, Middle East civs do not have farms, and they don't have plantations. So the only way that you gain late game food and gold for Middle East is through bushes. Trained from buildings like this, the oasis if you're Saudi Arabia. Other civs get access to the fountain, basically. Yeah. The thing that definitely sets Saudi Arabia apart, though, is the fact that they have caravans instead of buildings. You basically train a caravan, and it holds the functionalities of one of the standard Middle East buildings, basically. Like this one here, the Madrasa caravan, researches Madrasa technologies. You need Madrasa technologies to age up. You don't actually age up from your town center as Middle East. You actually use this Madrasa caravan to research these techs, and after you get a certain number done, then you'll be automatically aged up. As for the case of a non-Saudi Arabian, the madrasa looks like this. And for housing space for a standard Middle East civ, you would use the mahala. It's basically kind of similar to the Hadashani longhouse, because it's like a big expensive house that costs like 200 wood, but gives you 20 pop. Plus it contains many technologies that you would normally associate with the church or the capital for the Europeans. So stuff like building in unit line of sight, your mercantilism, your spies, blockade, Imperial Age eco stuff, all at this building. But interestingly enough, it looks like Fufi's picking up Nada. Enables one extra madrasa to be built, plus a madrasa wagon. This is a pretty greedy setup. I hope he can make good use of it. Yeah, because in order for you to take advantage of 2 madrasas instead of just 1, you're gonna have to have a lot of resources to be able to queue up multiple madrasa techs at the same time. This is only good if you're in a situation where you can queue up multiple techs at the same time. If your eco is really scrappy and you can only really afford 1 madrasa tech at a time, really, it's kind of a waste compared to a more economic card. But if you can somehow finagle multiple madrasa techs at the same time, you can totally go for nada there and get a second madrasa, and it helps you to age up and stuff a lot faster. Oh, but look at this. It looks like Nathan is already raiding his opponent with Bedouins. Yeah. Yep, so instead of houses, the Saudi Arabians get Bedouins. They're basically these marauding raiders that provide about 10 housing space to the player, basically. And they also contain all the functionalities of a nomad and a Mahala. So they have all the Mahala techs researchable from them. Plus they can train and fatten herdables too, just like the standard nomad units of the other melee civs does. So it's kind of like 3 units in one. It's a good raiding and fighting unit. It's a good farming unit for farming food through the herdables. And then it can also act as a place to research techs as well. So yeah, these Bedouins are pretty vital to the Saudi Arabian civ. They're very expensive. They cost 150 food. So if one of these guys gets killed off, you lose 10 pop space automatically. So be very careful. Very careful. Yeah. Yeah. And one thing I should note about the Oasis that they changed in this patch, they set it up so that every batch of date palms that comes out of the Oasis increases every time it restarts a queue. So it first starts by sending 1 date palm, then it'll send 2 of them, then it'll send 3, then it'll send 4, and then it'll send 5. I don't know if it goes back down to 1 again or what, but yeah, no, basically the Oasis is really cool because it already starts giving you late game food right from the start of the match. So if you do run out of all your hunts early, at least you know you already have a late game food source secured with this structure. Looks like Nathan is shipping in 12 Matawins. These are basically Saudi Arabian Strelets. So very weak, very cheap. Skirmisher role. But they're actually kind of weaker than a Strelet because their multipliers are reminiscent of a crossbowman rather than like a true skirmisher. So the multiplier is only like 1.25 instead of like a full 2 or 3. Gunsmith coming out. This caravan produces firearm wielding units like Jundis, Matawas. Basically, a gunsmith for Middle East will make anything like a musket, a skirm, or a dragoon. Anything holding a gun. Anything not holding a gun like a sword or a bow and arrow will come from the forge. Just so you know. This is the souk caravan. This is where you do all your market stuff at, like market techs and trading. Okay, it looks like Fufi has reached stage 2 now. He's shipping in some Dual Talabs. These are basically Afghan coyote runners. They're especially dangerous though because they have multipliers against skirmishers, making them even more from. But yeah, look at these stats in general. It has the like base stats of a coyote runner in terms of damage output, but against skirms it does like 30 damage. It's brutal. Plus it has a chance of doing lethal strikes after a unit is a certain HP number. So it has a chance of instantly killing a unit while it's fighting it, which is really awesome. Gives it a lot of strength compared to regular coyote runner type stuff. So yeah, if you can run these dual talabs, please do it. It'll definitely help you out quite a bit. Give you a lot of potential. Also picking up 700 wood. Very nice. I see a lot of cool cards here I never run. Masnavi, Minaret of Jam. Lots of cool stuff, actually. So you can definitely tell that Fufi's new to the Civ and he's trying to figure out the meta. Looks like Nathan already has some Jundis and some Matawa. The Matawa, again, are your Strelet units. And then your Jundis are your Arabic muskets. So they have the range attack plus the bayonet to kill cav with. Statistically, I would say their stats are a little bit different. Their HP, their hand attack, not quite a regular musket by any means. They do have 25 range attack though, so they are technically better than European muskets, I think, which start at like 23 range attack. They are a little bit more priced. Well, they're actually a bit cheaper than regular muskets, now I think about it. Yeah. I'm trying to think. These guys, I think they're slightly weaker than the regular muskets, but they do have more damage output, so they're pretty fun to use. Okay, here comes the Dwell Labs and the Explorers, plus a Huamaka treasure reward there. Okay, so it looks like Nathan is now shipping in an Almond mission. Shipping in some Almond delis to help him out. Yes, you can get these infinite shipments as Middle East too that send foreign units. And if you build a building called the Royal Court, and you research certain courtiers from that country, this card will also deliver extra units too. So if he researches the Ottoman courtier for this age, he'll get 7 delis instead of 6. It's a neat, cool little synergy thing you can do with Middle East, leading to a lot of extra troops. Alright, so the Bedouins are here, and the delis are coming around back there. More Jundis are coming out. Oh man, look at that pressure though. Yeah, I don't think Fufi knows what to do here because he's new to this culture. He's trying to like research multiple madrasa texts at the same time, as I can see there. And I mean, the Dwell Tabs are doing pretty good though. I mean, look at all the kills he's getting. He's getting a fair amount of kills, which is great. Yeah, try to kill the Bedouins if you can. Like, use that Huamaka and like wipe out a Bedouin. Ooh, yep. Try to keep it settled on the Bedouins though. If you can wipe out Bedouins, that's good, because then he won't be able to resupply his army with all the lost pop space. How many Bedouins does Nathan have? So he's got about 7 of them. Yeah, try to wipe these guys out. If you can wipe out these Bedouins, then you house your opponent and then he won't be able to push you anymore. That's like your best way forward. Because look at Nathan, he's like shelling out so many resources to do this rush. All you have to do is like cut the pop space, and you can like boom ahead as Afghans and like crush them. But you gotta do it that way though, otherwise it won't work. Yeah. Plus he's shipping in 7 more Jundis right now. Junuds. But because Fufi's doing so many Madras attacks, he basically doesn't have enough resources to like fend this off or anything. He has a gunsmith though to do Jazailchis with. These are the Afghan skirmishers. They use a firearm called the Jazail, which means not only do they get like a standard range attack, but they get this cool mode called the Jazail attack, or sort of sniper mode, where they get to shoot from extra range, and then if they shoot from that extra range, they do more damage. Effectively making most of the Afghan gunpowder units acting like sniper units, which is totally based on their history, by the way, so it's really cool. No, I love the Afghan Civ. I'm really good with this Civ. It's really fun. Let's see. So we got the nomads here. Ooh, Dualtab's trying to fight the scout units. Very interesting. Yeah, that's a lot of cab though. That's why I think Fufi's getting screwed on is the cab numbers. Gosh, that's a lot of cabbie there. I feel like with Saudi Arabia, you have to prepare yourself to defend. You gotta like prepare a defense if you know you're fighting Saudis, because Saudi is a very aggressive civ. If you can like survive the first wave and like kill their Bedouins, then I think you can like counterattack or boom. But with Saudi Arabians, you gotta like know how to defend against them. You gotta be able to snipe the Bedouins if they're dumb enough to let you do it, or be able to build enough mass so they can't push you hard. And then you boom after the Bedouins are dead, because the Bedouins cost about 150 food. So if these all die, right, they have to wait for them to either spawn for free over time from the Citadel or the town center, which takes forever, or they have to like spend all this food to do it. So yeah, it's all about strategy, man. You gotta know your strategies. If you don't do the right strategy, it can be kind of tough. But yeah, it's pretty cool things at the end of the day. Alright, now we're going to be looking at the next set of games I got here. Next, should be pretty cool. Let's see what we got. Trying to see which recordings we're looking at now. The second one is on the second version, I think. Yeah, that's what I figured. Veringo Nathan, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Was that on the last version or the current one, by the way? Yeah. Hmm. Alright. Can I run it on this current version? Well, here's the thing. I'll run game 1. If it crashes, it'll... Let me just... no, let me see. Ringo Nathan 1. Trying to find V. I remember my alphabet. Remember my alphabet. Okay, here we go. Yeah, if it doesn't work on this one, I have the previous version ready to go too that we can check it out on. Zulu. Wow, Zulu. I mean, I'll be honest, I think most of the stuff is the same between both of these versions, so there is a good chance, as long as there's no Middle East civs being played, it might work on both versions perfectly fine. Yeah, there's a good chance of that, actually, so, yeah, should be interesting. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be Veringo playing Peru. El Tiata against Nathan Zulu. Zulu versus Peru. That's a tough matchup, actually. That's a really strong one. I would normally say Zulu is usually really prepared for this matchup, but we'll see. If it was my Zulu, I would say probably a shoe-in, but I don't know how Nathan's going to run it exactly. Yep. So yeah, Zulu African civs are a little bit similar to the Middle East right now because they have to build like an external building to age up with the library. In the library, you research library texts. Works almost the same way the madrasa does for Middle East, but the only exception is that order does matter. With the madrasa for Middle East, order doesn't matter, and you can research any tech you want to age up. With library, the order does matter, and which ones you get do matter. Right, you can't just research any text you want to age up, you kind of have to follow a certain order. You either have to research usually 2 of one color, or a mix of all three colors instead of just one color. And I think it gets a little bit more complicated down the road once you get to like age 4 and 5, but earlier on it's a bit more intuitive, basically. The biggest thing to know about Zulu, though, you don't have military buildings that you train stuff from. You actually get small Zulu children that spawn from their Wakanda buildings, and you basically mature them into soldiers. Kind of like the Zerg from StarCraft. You know how the Zerg worked like from StarCraft, where you would take these small units and you would turn them into more units? Also the Goma from Hyrule Conquest, kind of like that. Yeah. It's very micro-intensive, but you do get army out faster that way, since the maturing process is a lot quicker than unit training. Yeah, if you like train units from a barracks, it might take a while to train them. Not with the maturing process, units come out rather quickly. So if you can secure a lot of resources and keep up with the micro, you'll outmaster your opponents very quickly. That's sort of their main advantage too. Plus they get some okay units as well. They get a good musket alternative, the Impy, which has the stats of the Holcon Javelineer from the 5th edition. So weaker damage, but shoots a lot faster and can usually put out a lot more damage in the long run that way. It's quite nice. Okay, so this is the deck. Rhodes Colossus. This is basically just advanced train posts, but for the Zulusiv, Shepheries, town center attack increase, and then the Akanas can use range attacks as well, making them into like little mini towers. Yeah, mostly with Zulu, you're going to want to fill your deck up with tons of unit shipments and just like spam them one after another like this. There are some decent like upgrade cards like musical bows, which add some more range onto your archers and gives them a bit more XP value when you train them. Plus, you got stick fighting. All melee units gain, all units in general gain 15 hand attack, which is really awesome. So even things like your skirms will, dish out a bit more melee. This is a good one to get. Shaka's military reforms. Cheapens your military upgrades by 15% at all costs, except for export. Yep, African civs are the only culture other than the Asians that uses export. It's a bit more hard for them because they have to build these things called spice stalls from a spice shop and then gather it from there. So they have to... You get one at the start of the game, by the way. It looks just like this. This is a spice stall. Yeah, it's like basically a stall with like, your turmeric, paprika, and stuff that you have to gather from. And it starts out with a certain capacity of export, and then when it's done, you have to build more of them. You do get text to increase the capacity of export in each one. Just like in AoE 2, you would have text, like the horse collar and the plow to increase the food in the farm. It's the same idea. Here comes Umpakides, here comes Firebrands. Umpakides are just coyote runners, really. They are a little bit more pricier, but they have more HP and more attack, though. So they actually are better than the coyote runner statistically. Plus you got the Impy. Again, just copycats of the Hulkan Javelineers. So a musket, but instead of a standard musket attack, it throws a javelin twice as fast, doing more damage in the long haul. Firebrands are just siege units. They have these big giant like log-like sticks with fire at the end, and they just siege buildings. They do splash attack, by the way, and they have multipliers against artillery. So they are a really useful 2-pop unit. Verningo is going with the Irish Wave. Again, he's a Latin American civ, so he ages up with an immigrant colony instead of a politician. He's going with the good old Irish. The Irish workers, while they gather really bad, they can heal your units, which is really cool. Yeah, that's their main speciality. Plus, they can send in battalions as Zamaritos in the early game, basically Irish green jackets. So they have like multipliers against dragoons and muskets, but they have stronger multipliers against dragoons and muskets. So a little bit different in that sense. But still useful against infantry too, I would say. Yeah. $600 wood, 5 mosquiteros, very nice. Ooh, Spearmen. We got Pardos coming out. Awesome. Yeah, these Pardos are just your Latin American pikemen. Whereas the Mosquiteros are what we call a assault unit, which means it's basically heavy cavalry. There's 2 types of hand cavalry in Wars of Liberty. You got Scout Cavalry and Assault Cavalry. Scout Cavalry, pierce armor, better against like range units, kind of like the Hussar and Scout line from AoE 2. The assault unit's kind of more like the Knight line, so better in like melee combat and fighting more heavy stuff. Yeah, Mosquiteros, for what it's worth, they have like good hand armor, plus they have splash attack, so they'll damage multiple units when they're fighting. Pretty powerful. So yep, here they are. Yeah, like notice how he's like killing multiple units at the same time, wiping out huge swaths of stuff. Plus, able to resist the spearmen longer than the other units, which is great. Ringo's just trying to hold it down with just spearmen. Plus, he got a batch of firemen from his colony. Yeah, you can call a batch of like Minutemen from your immigrant colonies too, the firemen. Whereas from the TC, you can make the Serenos, which is more of a melee Minuteman. So kind of like the Asian civs in that sense, where you get both a melee and a ranged Minuteman unit. More MP and Spearman coming in. This is not looking good for Vringo. He is sending in some Zamalitos now. Oh, that TC is being sieged there, it looks like. Yep, it looks like the Zamalitos are doing pretty good so far, wiping out all this stuff. Yeah, this is why Zulu matches are always really brutal to deal with because of that Zerg type unit production rate. All these like units keep spawning out of the economies. You can like here's the youths, by the way, and then you would just mature them into a unit when you can, and it leads to a lot quicker production that way. Yeah, look at all the units Nathan is able to produce there, and he could make some more right now if he was like paying attention up here. He could quickly pop a few more out right away. Ooh, cool. TC's down. Plus he's maturing some more units up here. Turn the kids into spearmen. And they spawn to a new unit, just like that. Ba bing ba boom, you got more army. Yeah, Zulu's a strong aggressive. Very strong aggressive. Just good at like spamming tons and tons of stuff at you. It's good that Nathan's practicing Zulu for the Liga. It means he'll actually be able to use this civ, which is a really strong one. Oh, it most definitely is a strong civ. Like, if you're thinking of a good aggro civ that masses up very quickly and gets very intense, I would definitely consider playing Zulu. But I will warn you, though, for the Liga, we are planning on using non-ESOC maps, so maps are a little bit bigger. So you won't just be able to kill someone right away with Zulu. You'll actually have to pay attention and, like, plan it out and stuff. Yeah. Our event is definitely going to reward players that can like Fast Fortress, Boom, try different builds. Our event's going to give you a bit more flexibility than say one that are on these more competitive small maps, I would say. Ooh, Zwart Hollanders for export. That's a good shipment. Basically Dutch muskets. Yeah. Actually, they're age 4 muskets. That's a crazy thing. They're normally available in age 4. So the fact that he's getting them in age 2 is pretty awesome, actually. Basically, Zwart Hollanders are unique because they have more hand armor, I believe, than a standard musket, and they have some really good stats, too. Here they are, right here. Yeah, they get like 440 hand armor. Plus their multipliers are scary too. 4x. Range attack's decent. Ah, no. HP is pretty good. They're a pretty good unit, actually. They're actually a 2-pop musket, which is even better. Yeah. So really, really good stuff. Yeah, Spearman and Zamaritos are not enough when he has so much range power there between the archers and the Swartholanders. Just so you know, these bowmen for Africans has the same stats as the Seminole Sharktooth bowman. So, yeah, very similar damage profile as them, basically, in rate of fire.
ukuziphakamisa kwakho kuzokwenza wehlulwe.
GG's. Nice match. Good showcase of the Zulu push, Nathan. That was a good offense. I like it. You definitely show good Zulu proficiency with that. I definitely enjoy it quite a bit. Also, did you get a market up, by the way, too? Yeah, you should definitely think about getting a market up at this stage of the game as well, by the way. That's one thing I would say you should probably improve on. Because at a certain point, you want to get a market, get your hunting upgrade mostly, plus your mining stuff, but also your wood chopping. So, yeah, you kind of want to get your market stuff eventually as Zulu when you're... Usually, if I'm doing really successful in combat and I'm, like, gaining on my opponent, I will get a market up by getting the first yellow library tech and then can start doing stuff. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about the African culture too is you actually have to unlock buildings by researching certain library texts. So to even build a market, you need like the yellow one. If you want like the level 2 texts, you have to get the second yellow library tech. It kind of works out sometimes though because if you get 3 red library texts, for instance, you can get your Fortress Age military in age 2. Before you reach age 2, which is awesome. Because then you can hit them with like real skirmishers, heavy cavalry, assault. You can't do artillery though. That's the thing I think they restricted, but you can do the rest, which is really nice. Yeah. Let's check out game number 2 now. Yeah. Booting it up right now. It's so Jover. Oh, big time. You know it, man. That. As soon as Zulu came into the arena, you knew the match was over right away. Man, 100%. I don't even think you even need to say that one twice. Yeah, no, Zulu had that one in the bag, man. That was an easy peasy lemon squeezy win right there, honestly. without a doubt. Alright, let's go on to the next one now. Let's see. This one, game number 2. Yeah, if we do run out of syncs for whatever reason, I'll just fast forward it in the next version, or the previous version, and then we'll should be good. Okay, so we got Nathan is Belgium. Nice. And Veringo is Peru. Very good. Ooh, trading post. Good move, Veringo. Getting a TP, that's a good choice, actually. Yeah. That means we'll have to chop wood, though, for a house. So, a little bit complicated. Oh, wait a second. He had enough wood for a house, didn't he? Yeah, he's got a house right there, and he's got... Ooh, cool. Awesome. That'll give Ringo a nice early advantage. It's good that he takes a TP now, though, because Nathan is going to get all the other ones easily. Yeah, because here's the thing. Belgium gets this cool bonus where when you age up, and also at the start of the game, you get a special wagon called a Frontier Wagon that you can build a free trading post with. Yeah. That's pretty awesome, getting a free trading post every age up. It's really strong. And if there's no sockets available for a trading post, you can like build a tower with it. You can also build a saloon with it or a tavern. So there is options for you. It's pretty flexible. Yep, get some more videos out. Adinos. And this is the Veringo deck, by the way, so he's got a mixture of upgrade stuff and all sorts of things. So he really knows how to play the Perusive very good in that sense. Alright, Bellin's ended up with the Artisan. 400 wood. It's basically the same as the Core Master, really. Question is, what does Belgium go for? Do they go fast fortress? Do they go H2 military? Do they go natives? What is the verdict? Because you can natives is a strong play for Belgium for two reasons. Obviously, the frontier wagon on the age up lets you get the native site basically for free. Also, Belgium starts out with natives already unlocked from their Belgian Congo. So they get like a pikeman, sort of like tomahawk type unit, and a specialized gunpowder unit too. So yeah, no, you can play natives on just about any map as Belgium if you want to, even if there's no native sites on it, which is really cool. It's very helpful actually.
Klaar. Commando, juist.
Double barracks. Okay, so it looks like either line infantry or grenadier. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, by the way, yeah, Grenadiers are a barracks unit in War's Liberty because they were changed from like a unit that throws bombs to a musket style infantry that has the grenade throw as like a single charge attack that it does every like 60 seconds. So yeah, no, you can spam Grenadiers out of the barracks now as like a standard infantry just without all that OP sort of like grenade throwing action. Just because it does a charge attack now instead of grenade throwing all the time, you gotta make sure the grenade attack is lined up perfectly, otherwise we're running the problems. I see he's shipped in his volunteers, and he's shipping in hussars. He's gonna train more volunteers, it looks like here. Volunteers are really just crossbowmen, but they use like a rifle instead of a crossbow. So, yeah, same multipliers, same range attack, HP, all that stuff's the same as a crossbow, but yeah, no. Basically just that. So, volunteer with the hussar shipment should be good against heavy infantry and a bit of support if artillery or other stuff shows up. The only thing that would be dangerous is if Ringo went like Moshataro or Lancero. Ringo's actually going for a fast fortress with the Chinese wave. So he's going to have his Irish colony here. Plus he's going to have the Chinese somewhere probably in the back as well. It's really, really good. So let's see where he's going. Yep, it's going Chinese wave. The first Chinese wave age up gives you like a ton of goats. So if you want to be super practical, you could get like a livestock pen as well to fan up the goats. Plus he's got some sheep from the Florida map too. So he's already got some animals here he could eat. Trying to collect all that wood I see. Yeah. He's garrisoned inside the TC now, trying to deter Nathan from coming in. Good Vringo. Target the hussars first, because as you know, range buildings typically have multipliers against cavalry, so that's a good use of the building. Plus, he doesn't have a stable now, so if you can take out the hussars, then he's just running plain infantry, and you can like counter that with Mushatero just fine. Or mounted cavalry too, like Lancero or Escolta, which Peru gets both of. Alright, first Chinese wave coming in. It's got a house up there. I should mention too, while we're here, that Peru gets a cool bonus where they can garrison their villagers inside of buildings other than town centers and towers. You can take these villages and you can stick them inside this house too to keep them safe. You can also put them in a barracks, stable, foundry, and a couple of other buildings too. It's really cool because that means you don't even have to spend 250 wood on a tower to like defend a hunt or a mine. You could literally just get a house and stick them in there. Just be aware that the house won't be able to shoot at the attacking units, so you do still need to send your army there to bail them out. But at least you'll be able to hold them inside the house until help arrives, basically. He's sticking the Chinese colony way up against the coastline here. I think that's fine for this instance, but just be aware that if you're dealing with a more Navy base civ, this is a good way to get your colony destroyed. Yeah. Alright, so it looks like Ringo is now getting his Guanera ship. It builds a Guanera. It's like a huge water factory full of bird poop. I'm not even kidding. It's like literally an island filled with bird poop. You know when you're driving your car and you see a big white thing on your front window that stinks? Yeah, it's basically a big island of that, basically. And it acts as a water factory that you can trickle food, wood, or gold from. Plus, it produces free ships as well, called turret ships. Basically, these big, heavy ironclad type boats that acts as siege vessels, which means they have like a long range attack against enemies. Plus, those boats can also train the Guardia Marinas, a unique Peruvian sailor that shoots faster than a standard gunpowder unit. So, yep, basically a really strong naval skirm. So, yeah. Whenever you see Peru on the war map, Guanera is like the biggest threat. Because once the Guanera comes out, your whole fish boom is kind of dead. Unless you have a huge prepared navy to protect against them and to take out the Guanera right away. So if Nathan had any hopes of doing water here, it's kind of dead at this point. And in fact, this coastline is now dangerous because Ringo can put his turret ships right over here at any time and like blast stuff once that's out. Yep, the Guanera's going to stay safe in the back here just in case. Yep, and now he can start getting the free turret ships out of that. Yeah, really cool. Really cool building. Ringo on land, though, is having a bit of problems. He's got a big attack coming in. But he's going to make some firemen right now from his Chinese colony this time. Try to fight off these hussars. Like, where's this land military? He's got some Serenos here to fight in melee. It's stalling him a bit of time, it looks like. Can he get something? Oh, he's getting 3 artisanal cans. I would spawn those in over here and just shoot from this angle. Yeah, okay, so he's clicking them onto here. Okay, that's good. So he's doing that at least. Nathan's not paying attention here and he's like dying to a bunch of low HP firemen. Lost all of his cav. And one for this tower, the shipment wouldn't be able to arrive, by the way, so it's good that he has it there. Now okay, so the cans come out. Can he like micro them properly? Okay, so he gets a few kills there. Watch out for those grenade throws, though. They do crush damage, so these cannons are really vulnerable to them. Oh. If you could, try to aim them at multiple units if possible. Makes it a lot easier. Why is he attacking the tower now? You should be killing the cannons here. The cannons are what's threatening you, man. Because Ringo could clean this up if he knows how to micro it. If he gives him time. Ooh, yeah, that was a good one. I think he saved his artillery with that one. Alright, takes that one out. Oh, man, look at all the kills Ringo's getting with these cans. He's doing pretty good, actually. Yeah, no. Not even kidding. He's actually cleaning this up. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the tower was a big priority. You should have just went after the artillery and then taken out the tower, and then you would be able to finish him off. But he's coming back anyway, so I don't know. So, look at all the resources Ringo has. He's going to get a TC. I would actually say don't even get a TC, just get a ton of Escoltas and just wipe this out. Oh, he's going with the Guardian Marinas. That's fine too. Yeah, get Guardian Marinas since you have a turret ship. Guardian Marinas are what we call naval skirmishers. Naval skirmishers, instead of having multipliers against muskets and dragoons, have multipliers against grenadier type units, so siege troopers, as well as artillery. Plus they have crush armor too, so they can actually withstand a grenade throw or two, which is really cool. Yeah, Guardian Marinas will actually be perfect for this situation because unlike other sailors, they actually shoot really fast. Instead of like 3 rate of fire, they shoot at a rate of fire of I think like 2 or something. Yeah, they're really cool for defense against like grenadiers and stuff. Plus, Ringo has the cannons available. He's also going to ship into fort too, so he's getting prepared for a defense. He's locking in. He's locking in for a defense, which I think is great. So, yep, more Guardian Marines coming in. Very nice, very good. Should be really perfect. Have some Pez here. Lemon. Oh, I do this. Yeah, okay, so the fort will go up, I think. Yeah. Fort Ingoldsby. I think. Why did the forts have, like, Anglo names to them? I never figured that out. Yeah, when did the devs can add, like, Peruvian names to these forts? Maybe. It's been very, very strange, I think, that they don't have Juanito names for them. Yeah, see, they shoot really quickly. Oh, man, yeah, he's going to chase them out with these. Like, they go... They shoot very quickly. Plus, he's getting 1,000 gold, so he can go to Industrialites now, too. And get, like, the guard upgrade on these as well, which is even better. Yeah, you can research the guard upgrade from the Guanera. Actually, I think you can get the guard upgrade from the dock. So you don't even need the Guanera. You can get from the dock, too, which is awesome. Yeah, very good. Hussars being used on the naval skirms is a great idea. As they're still skirms, so Hussars should be really good against them. Unfortunately, he's right up against the coastline, so those turret ships are going to act as a range support. I would maybe consider putting those Guardian Marias in the boat while the turret ships clean some of them up and then pull them out and start shooting the rest. I like the position Ringo's in because now he can clean up all these Grenadiers. They're busy on the fort, which has given Nathan a huge disadvantage because now the naval skirms are just clean. Look at that. Look at that cleanup. Plus, he's got the Carapintada immigrant battalion from the Chinese colony. This is like hand cav right here. That's a hand cavalry, basically. It's so Joe over now that ASOC is down. How do people play? Game Ranger or Radman? Let me write that in there so he sees the Game Ranger or Radmin VPN. Yep, those would be your two methods right there, basically. Wars Liberty has an official Radman VPN server, so we can use that too, which is a lot better than Game Ranger. Okay, the current ties are going to be used for raiding here. Oh gosh, look at the raiding. Seeing a ton of Vills there. Awesome. But be careful, Vills have hand armor and good melee attack too, so they can fight back a bit. And then plus the Hussars are coming in to intercept as well, looks like, yeah. The big thing though is it gave Ringo some breathing room. And he could perhaps repair this fort as well and get it back to full health too, which is great. Looks like he's going to be trained Mushateros from the fort. He's going to get a barracks so he can get the Veteran upgrade on him too. They're unfortunately designated as an archaic unit, so they don't get guard or imperial upgrades without a royal guard of some kind or a special card. But that being said, I think a lot of civs actually get royal guard Mushateros in the game, so... Yeah, no. I think like half the civs that get Mushateros get them as like Royal Guard of some kind, right? Or a big number do. I think like Colombia does, Haiti does, Central America does. Mexico can get Guard and Imperial through a card. Yeah, like four of the Lamb civs get like late game Mushateros, so that is a very viable thing to do usually. But even if so, you can still usually use these guys in guard in Industrial Age, if you know what you're doing. So yeah, it is totally possible to use them even outside their normal age in certain circumstances. It's just a little bit less optimal that way. Alright, so yep, trying to defend against all these calves here. I think the turret ship should have enough stats to defend, right? Yeah. He's moving the other turret ship down now to intercept. Try to blast all this stuff. Did he? Oh, he stuck the Guardian Marines inside the boat. Oh, this is so cool. He's going to use these turret ships to scare them away from the coast and blast. Oh, God. Nathan has, like, Vills here. Oh, he's trying to grab his Huns? Oh, he just lost Villies. Wow, look at that. Then he's going to pull out the Guardian Marines again and start hunting them. I think, yeah. Mushatero's up there, too. He should pull those down and try to fight him on this area as well. He got the Veteran upgrade on the Mushateros too, so they are stat up now. Nathan is still in H2, by the way. He hasn't even went Fortress Age yet. Crazy to think about, yeah. TC is being sieged right now. Yeah, that fast shooting on those Guardian Marinas is letting them wipe out Cav, which is insane. Because once the Cav's gone, Guardian Marinas can like show no mercy to these Grenadiers because of the multipliers on them. Yeah, no. Because these Guardian Marinas will do about 54 damage per shot to these Grenadiers because of their multipliers, by the way. That's huge. Well, minus the Pierce armor, but it's relatively that, basically. Like maybe like 50 damage or something, or 52 or something, yeah. This match is so good so far. Oh my god, it's non-stop harassment. How the... Yeah, this is Varingo for you folks. What he does is he builds a Guanera here so he gains water superiority, and then he can keep pulling out troops in and out to defend himself. It's like insane, yeah. Varingo is really a tactical player, whereas Nathan is like a rush player. Yeah, that's the difference between these two. Nathan is about hard rushing and aggro and stuff, whereas Varingo's all about strategy and tactics. He's like a real strategist, like an actual general. The way he like does maneuvers. He's gonna raid him up here. This is brutal. Yeah, no. Yeah, this is why we need the Wars of Liberty Liga, to watch stuff like this. And we're gonna be playing on maps that Varingo likes too, that he knows all the tactics on. So hopefully he signs up and we can get some good matches in. Should be pretty nice, yeah. Totally. Awesome. Look at that. Crazy. Good work, Ringo. Yeah, look at his resources. He was like literally stuck on mills that he couldn't do squad. That's like insane. He literally held out so long that Nathan lost all of his like stockpile when he died. That's like brutal, man. That was a good match, sir. That was a really good match. An insane match, actually. This is why I cast Wars of Liberty, people. This is where all the fun is at. In many ways, it's better than Defensive Edition by a long shot. You get like really scary matchups in Wars of Liberty. Stuff that D can't even replicate. So awesome. This is why I made a tournament for this game, you know? That's why I made a tournament for it. So we can see more stuff like this, basically. Ooh, I like this map, the Asunción map. Cool map. Yeah, this one's in the capital of Paraguay, right after it was sacked by the Brazilian, Uruguayan, and Argentinian armies. Pretty cool map, actually. It's like a huge ghost town, basically, yeah. But anyways, it's Ringo's Peru again, and Nathan now is Central America. It'll probably be Central American Outlaws versus Ringo's Peru setup. Obviously, without the water, there will be no Guanera, sadly. So Ringo will probably rely more on Legion Piranha Grenadiers and Wishateros, most likely. He can still make Pardos, he can still make Baneros for his like early skirm. And then he's got Lanceros too. Plus artisanal cans. Yeah, you get a lot of options in early game as Peru. And that's not including, you know, outlaws, immigrant units. Yeah, Latin America is all about variety and diversity of military. You can play the standard way, you can go immigrant, you can go outlaw. Lamb civs are really flexible as far as military choices is concerned, so that's what makes them pretty awesome. And then you get a few like the Bolivians, which also have the native component as well on top of that. So like four different unit pools to pull from, which is really nice. Yeah, it's definitely good that you're Central America here because the fact that these Honaros yield more resources from natural resources means that these capybaras and these jabuticabas will last longer and thus allow Nathan to avoid, having to do anything weird with mills or anything. Because if you see here, this map doesn't have a lot of natural resources on it besides the trees, right? Food is very scarce, gold is very scarce. You have to do it on the periphery of the map as well, which leaves it very open to raiding. Yeah. You do have these cool houses in the middle of the map though that if you siege them, it'll leave behind a crate of 100 food. So if you need food, siege some of these houses in the city down and sack them for like a crate of food. You can do that as well. It's really nice. Luring in the hunt, I see. Very nice. Okay, it's mercenary. You should call it outlaw, not mercenary. There's no. Yeah, there's. Wait a second. Is there a way to get mercenaries as Central America? No, there's not. Yeah. See, if you're playing Latin Americans, the only way you can get access to mercenaries is through, I think, the Irish immigrants, because they have the St. Patty's Day technology in Age 4. Not the St. Patty's Day. They get the pub card in Age 4. They can build a tavern and train mercenaries from it. So yeah, mercenaries are pretty rare for Latin civs to use. Only, yeah, you can only get as a Latin American civ that has access to Irish immigrants, and you have to send them an Age 4 for it. Or you can play as Uruguay and have the that building, the I forget what it's called. It's like a little structure there with like a little pen as the icon. The apostadero, yeah, the apostadero, where you can train mercenaries from it like a saloon. So yeah, those are the only real viable ways to get mercenaries as Latins, which is very limiting. But it's cool though because you get immigrant units, you get like outlaws. They're more streamlined and useful. It's really helpful overall. So if you get mercenaries, it's more of an add-on, if anything, to your strategy. Yeah, look at all these cool buildings, by the way, too. They don't do anything, they're just really cool to look at visually. This is like a chair factory. This is like a wood processing center. This is like where materials were built and stuff, yeah. This one, too. Yeah, fabrics. Crates. Yeah, no, they put a lot of cool buildings in here. This was like a food factory for processing meat. You can see like the little ham bone over there. It's really really cool. I like that they decided this map because I think this is one of the maps that you want to show people what Wars Liberty is about because it has all the cool visual stuff on it that isn't necessarily affecting gameplay but just there to look at. It would have been cool if Paraguay had all these factories as part of their civ, though, to build stuff, honestly. Would have been very interesting, but I understand why they can't have all those buildings. Yep, basically. Ooh, Leperos. Yeah, this is another one of the outlaw units you can get in Central America. They're essentially your spearman outlaw. They got good siege, really good siege 40. Hand attack's pretty decent against Cav, and then they have some hand armor too. They also move into movement speed at 5, so they can get around pretty quickly as well. One little tip and trick though. The Caudillo is kind of like a Daimyo, so as well as being able to train the outlaws, they also boost the stats of the outlaws. So all their stats will go up if you have the outlaw and have the Caudillo near them too. So yeah, I think the only reason he's holding them back though is so they don't get sniped by anyone. Because these are explorers, which means you can kill them with like a spy or something as well, so you have to be careful. But I believe they can kill spies too. Yep, no, they can kill spies too, so if you try to take them out with a spy unit, be careful, because they'll fight back. And they act as sort of spy units themselves, because they have multipliers against explorers, natives, and all that stuff too, so it's pretty awesome actually, what they can do.
A la orden, señor. Voy en ching. ¡A guerrear! ¿Mi general? Sí, mi general. ¿Qué pasa, señor? Dígame, patrón.
This was the mechanic I was talking about, so if you like siege these houses, they leave behind these food crates here. So you can collect all this food with the villager and gain a huge food stockpile just by sieging houses in the abandoned city. He's gonna siege all those houses down on that whole block and eat all the food from them, which is crazy. He's already got like 400 food secured there. Plus he can get even more if he keeps sieging. Good way to take advantage of the map, honestly, which I like. Head towards Vringo's base. But Vringo went with the fast fortress, but this time with the Japanese immigrants. That's a good choice actually, because if you go with the Japanese immigrants as like your fast fortress, then you can get some cherry orchards, 2 of them actually, around your base, giving you a long-term food supply without having to build a mill. And technically, berry bushes like cherry orchards actually gather better with villagers than unupgraded mills. So yeah, having the cherry orchards available is actually really helpful for keeping your base lively with plenty of food. Ringo's also picking up a fort, so he's going to be able to defend this area just fine. Also picking up stone washing. This is the first mining upgrade for Latin American civs, so his corn rate will also be pretty good. Fort's going up right here, protecting this cherry orchard, so we can get food from it. Wow, took out Ringo's trading post there. Ringo has 3 of them, so he's kind of playing Toledo style on this map, which is really nice. Yeah, this map has a big trade route. It's like winds all the way through this whole. It looks like a human, like like a penguin or a human head with a big nose or something. The way it protrudes, it's really nice. How many TPs you can get on? I think you can get a total of Six trade sockets on it. It's really nice. If you get them all, you're in really good shape. Fort's gonna make it up before the army arrives, though. It looks like Nathan has Cochiricos, Mañosos, and Leperos, so all three outlaw units. The Cochiricos are sort of the skirmisher outlaw, kind of like the Renegado. The Mañosos are your like hand cav one, so an assault unit. And then the Leperos again are your spear outlaw, so are your anti-cav. The Leperos will just focus on taking out the trade route. Ringo's now picking up 1,000 gold. Wonder what he's gonna get with that now. We'll have to see. Now, the question is, what do you get as Ringo when you're in this situation? So he's going to train Vivanderas. These are Latin American skirms. They're statistically weaker, particularly in HP, compared to a European skirm. But they have the ability to heal. So they're like, they remove your need for priest units. You can still make priests from the churches Latin America, but you don't really need them if you can just do Vivanderas to get that whole process done for you anyways. Building a second town center as well. Ringo's totally aware of the huge army of Cochiricos and Mañosos coming for him, and he's trying to fortify this base as much as possible to make sure he doesn't get weeded out. It's mainly what he's going for here, is trying to defend everything at the same time. He's going to have to lose his trade route, unfortunately, but at least he can keep his primary base from getting sieged out, hopefully. Alright, so 8 Vivanderas shipping in. Yeah, that'll be a nice mass. You also have the option to get like an infinite 7 shipment of Vivanderas. Has one less unit, but you can ship it multiple times. It's up to you, you know. If you think you're going to need this multiple times, go with the lesser card of infinite 7. But if you only need it once and you want a big batch, just get 8. Here comes the Vivanderas. It's really just going to be trying to search this area out and keep the enemy from coming in. 8 Vivanderas shipping in. Oh wow, Nathan got Mosquiteros too. He's training Mosquiteros? Or did he ship those in? No, he trained those. I think he trained those in. Gosh, that's a lot of assault units there. It's like putting his Vivanderas on the run. Look at the Juanitas Bonitas running. Vamos, vamos. Vamos, Juanitas Bonitas, trying to get away from him. Yeah, luckily for Peru, they get a cool bonus where if one of the units gets killed, the other ones gain a speed bonus where they can run away and retreat quicker. Because the dead villager leaves behind like this little cemetery grave, and then the other units get a huge speed boost from it, and then they can run off. It's really good. Okay, so it looks like Ringo's shipping in 3 artisanals, plus he's getting escoltas. Okay, so he's got the cannons here. He's also training escoltas too from the fort. The escoltas are the standard Latin American heavy cavalry. They use the lance and they have multipliers against heavy infantry, but they can be good against skirmishers and other things too, particularly because of their strong HP attack plus hand armor. Unfortunately, yes, I think he sent the cans a little too premature, but honestly at this point he probably doesn't care. He's just trying to defend. Okay, so the Escoltas are going after the Manosos, the Carchericos first. I don't know, maybe you should go after the Leperos up there. Because that's the thing you have multipliers against at the end of the day. Who knows? Yeah. And then he's training a batch of Shishi, the Shishi Legion. These are Japanese immigrant muskets that can be good against like Cav, like these Mañosos, basically Mosquiteros. Also trying to use the Escoltas to target down the Cochiricos. This is kind of tough because he keeps bumbling units around intentionally or unintentionally, and it's preventing the targeting of the Escoltas. Okay, so here are the Shishi. Yep, they have. I think they have the same stats as the Ashigarus, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Like, oh, they completely redrew them. Like, look at the way they look now. They look like actual sailors now, Japanese sailors. Wear completely white Japanese soldier uniforms. It's pretty awesome. Makes them look a little bit more modern now, which is really nice. Because before they just used the Shiguma skins as a placeholder. Now they actually look different. Plus they have like a skirmisher type animation instead of just the katana one that the old unit used, which is pretty nice too.
¿Órdenes? ¡Ay! Preparado. A la carga. Listo. Preparado. An ataque. A la carga. Listo. ¿Órdenes?
Comes to Shish. He's got 2 batches of them now. That's great. Because now, if Nathan wants to go with more Manosos and stuff, he'll be able to defend against it. Oh wow! Look at all the spearmen Nathan's getting. He's not only spamming Leperos, he's also getting the standard spearmen too, the Pardos, mixing in both spear units in a huge stack. Yeah. I mean, statistically, these guys are a bit more. These guys siege better, I think, compared to the Pardos. Yeah, no, they siege a lot better. Also, their hand attack's a bit stronger against other things. But the thing is, the Pardos are better against all cavalry. Their cavalry multipliers are insane, like 5x. So they're more specialists, I would say. Okay, so it looks like Nathan is still in age 2. He sent in a batch of the Confederate filibusters from his colony. These are sort of like variants of the Eastern European Hajusi units, reskinned into CSA units. He's also got more Manosos too, and more Cochiricos. Varengo's going to get some Escoltas. He's going to keep getting more Assault Cav. He needs the heavy cavalry to try to deal with all this infantry, which I think is probably the right way to do it. Shishi for the Manosos, and then Escoltas for everything else. But you need to get the numbers up a bit faster. He's producing too slowly, and I think that might put him in a bad position. Plus, he's training more Cochiricos now. So even more range stuff here. That's not good. Yeah, you're going to need even more Cav. I would say even maybe get some Mosquiteros mixed in. You know, get veteran Mosquitero with Escolta. Maybe get Lancero or something to bite through the Manosos quicker. Okay, so the Shishi are going to try to use choke points and everything they can to defend, but let's see if it works. Looks like right now they're trying to scoot and shoot away those assault units. It's working a little bit, but yeah. Oh, he's fighting through the assault units fine. Yeah, the Manyosos are going down. Oh, wait a minute now. The Escoltas are being grinded right now, though. Yep. That's kind of tough, though. Yeah, no, that's a lot of assault units. Okay, more Escoltas coming out. Just not enough stuff. If you had, like, maybe, like, 20 more of these, I'd say it'd be an easy win, but right now you're running on empty in terms of your force. If you got a market, please trade stuff right now and just get, like, more Escoltas right away. Because you really need them right now. Not even kidding. You really need the Escolta numbers right now. Get a second stable or something. Make it happen. Gotta make. Yep, Bray's gonna get more Escoltas. He's trying more of the Shishis too. Yep. Yeah, this is a tough one. It's really a tough situation. Okay, here comes the Shishi Legion. With Escoltas coming out. Yeah, no, I think he's getting, like, pressured really hard right now because he's got the Leperos coming in for another siege again. This is brutal. Oh, God, yeah. Plus, he has too many Cocharicos, too. This is like a big wall of skirms. You got, like, I would say have Lanceros for this because the Lanceros have the multipliers against the skirmish class. Get the Lanceros out to deal with the Cocharicos, and then have the Escoltas for the Leperos. And then keep the Shishi around to deal with the assault class and act as sort of like a range support. Right, there's the Escoltas right there. He's trying to pound down through all that infantry right now with his lances. He's caking out some of them. He's also wiping through some of the spearmen too, but he's going to lose that batch rather quickly once he consolidates his position. He's trying to get the Manyosos in the front, chase him down. Oh, and there's the Mochateros right now coming from the side there. Yeah, it's over. Not. Oh, and he just made Zamalitos too. Too bad. Especially since he's got so many Manyosos and Mochateros running am right now. That was a big, beefy number right there. Oh, gosh. You don't want to deal with that. Once you get that bad, it's kind of irreversible. Nope. Very irreversible when that happens. Plus, he's got the range attacks, too. This is brutal. Wow. Ooh. Crazy. So I'm going to save that one. Alright, well, let's go on to the next one. I think they got one more match together, and then we'll pull up some other ones, maybe. Yeah. Verlingo versus Nathan game number 4. As you can see, Wars of Liberty gets some good matches. Good Civ matchups. And this is just when Veringo's being a bit slow. If you get two really high-level opponents like Code Fender, Gormistan, Alucard, Cap, you can get some brutal, hard wars that can go on for a very long time. So, yeah. There's some very intense battles here that we're witnessing. This is game number 4 right here. It's loading right now. Again, as long as we don't have, like, Middle East civs, it should, like, not out of sync, I don't think. It's a rematch of Central America versus Peru, but now Veringo has the water option. Yes, he can get his Guanera here on Florida again. He can pop the Guanera out. start trickling in the resources from the Guanera. Yeah. And then obviously the Guanera will also produce those turret ships. And Ringo, I'm assuming, is going to position himself near the coastline so that when Nathan comes rolling for him, he's going to have those turret ships ready to start blasting his stuff away. Yeah, so I think in this situation, Ringo has a huge tactical advantage just because he has the water access. And he defended sort of okay last game on just land, but now that he has like the water advantage, the ability to pull out like Guardia Marinas, being able to use the turret ships to defend, I think he should be kind of okay here. I think. Yeah, and I think so. But obviously, if Nathan does get into Fortress Age, things could get really tough really quickly because he'll get Livingston Code Card, and those Cochericos turn into a one-pop unit with Codizimo. And then we're talking like double the Cochericos on the field, which could be very dangerous. Yeah. Also, the Town Hall also has a tech that makes the Leperos into a one-pop unit as well. So, yeah, the only outlaw Central America gets that they can't turn into a one-pop standard unit is the Mañosos. But the Lepero and the Cochirico very easily can be very mass very quickly. But that's going to take a ton of coin, though. To do that, he'll have to use his Carretero to construct the gold mines. I think it costs like, I'd like to say 250 food and wood, but it might be 500 each because it's a gold mine with like 5,000 coin on the thing. And then he'll have to keep building gold mines to start mining them up quickly. Because he does have counter marking for the gold, for the silver coins here to help with the mine rate. Plus he has Casa de Moneda, which also helps with that too. These are both mining affecting cards here. Has sport hunting and refridge if he builds banana plants with the Calatero, but nothing for the wood. Yeah, mosquito smuggling, that too. Lots of stuff basically. Aging up with CSA wave again. There's a particular reason why he keeps going CSA age up. CSA age up is the one that gives you a free town hall wagon, so you're saving yourself effectively 150 wood, having to build the building, which is really nice. Plus it gives you some silver coin crate too, that can go right into purchasing outlaws right away. So if you want like an immediate outlaw setup, CSA is the way to go. But Alucard actually goes Scandinavians and then tries to look for treasures on the map, and then he'll train a Scandinavian explorer villager to get double treasure bounty when he collects them. It's kind of a cool trick. But if there's no treasures on the map, they're good. I would say just go CSA. But if there's good treasures that you know you can collect, especially ones that have like a ton of resources that you can get, maybe consider going Scandinavians instead. Yep. By the way, if you're gonna go Outlaws, you have to send this card, Codizimo. Because Codizimo is the card that gives you a second Codio, so it doubles the amount of Outlaws you can produce. Plus, it reduces Outlaw pop cost by 2. So it has that, like, dance hall card effect. And it also makes the Codio Stripely stronger as well, 25% stronger. So, yeah, basically, if you plan on going Outlaws, Codizimo card is a must. Otherwise, you'll end up sending Outlaws that have like 5 or 6 pop space, which is really wacky. Yeah, just important that I point that out now rather than later, basically.
Sí, mi general.
So it's going Cochirico Lepero again. So Spear Outlaws and Gun Outlaws. Overall, a good decision, probably. Yeah, that was an absolute slaughter on the last one. Yeah, total carnage, man. That's why Wars of Libya is the best. You get some really good wars, brutal stuff. And this is just of Outlaws too. He's not even making his regular military. He could make like regular military on top of it, plus immigrants, plus natives, all sorts of things. Yeah, no, Wars of Libya gives you a lot of power to choose stuff, which I really like. Not just choose different civs, but different mechanics, different features, different cards. Wars of Liberty is like what AoE 3 Definitive Edition should have been, probably. Or maybe even Age of Empires 4 should have been, instead of a repeat of AoE 2, maybe. Yeah. Oh god, he lost a Moshitaro. That's not good. He sent his 5 Moshitaro shipment, by the way, here. That's how he got those. He went Fortress Age with Chinese immigrants. Get 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 this colony over here right now. You're gonna lose if you don't. I'm assuming he's either gonna get this, this, or this. Yeah. One of those. And by the way, too, if he sends, Ringo sends this card, the Peru Bolivian Confederation, he can be able to train the Bolivian ultimate unit from his turret ships too. The was it the Illimani? The Illimani are basically a native anti-skirm, so they would actually shred these Cocharicos if he can get those on the field. Yeah, no. Okay, so he's getting the Guanara first. Watch out, get this over here somewhere, because I don't want him like hitting you with the Cocharicos and losing the. That would be so sad if this got sniped, big time. So yeah, get your builder ship somewhere over here, maybe in the back, so they can't hit with a mortar or something. Not that he's gonna get mortars at this current unit comp, but you get the idea. Yep, Bills are now knocked out of the house, and now he's gonna just slice right through him. Brutal, crazy, insane, man. Whoa, oh man. Let's see what Ringo does. So he's getting the barracks now. Probably the right call. Get Mushatero mass. Spam Mushateros. That's my recipe for success here. Get Mushateros. Oh, he's gonna lose the Chinese colony too. Oh god. Oh no. This is a good timing attack by Nathan, folks. If he waited at all and hesitated, Ringo would have had turret ships, and this would have been impossible, by the way. Because he decided to go right in for it without hesitating. Ringo is now without a Chinese immigrant colony and no Quero Pintadas to talk about. He didn't get a worker out, did he? No, I don't think he did, yeah. Because if you train one of the workers out of the immigrant colonies, you can rebuild the colony with that worker, but if you don't have any workers for that colony, the colony is dead. You can't get another one. So you have to be very careful of that thing, basically. Very, very careful, actually. The V Vindelas are coming over here, trying to cut through the spearmen. Very nice. Getting naval unit combat, this will affect sailors and Guardia Marinas. So Guardia Marinas will become stronger with this card here. You can tell if it's a naval unit combat card if you see the little anchor on it like that. Oh, look at all the sieging he's done there. That's insane. That's a lot of sieging. Wow. Crazy. Ooh, the turret ships are out though, and he can try his best to try to like. Oh, he's send the fort. Where's the fort? Does he have a tower? Please get a tower up there, man. Oh, he canceled the fort. Good. Good. Very good. Very smart move, man. Cancel that fort. Alright, turret ships. Yeah, turret ships are going to blast these Cochelicos now. Look at all the explosions, man. He's blasting them. I wish he got artisanal cannons because that would have been okay. And that combined could have maybe blasted him out there. He's got Vills in there now, but can he get the Vills out alive? Yeah, he can garrison them in. Perfect. Perfect. And in Wars of Libya, they did change it to make the townstairs cost 500 wood, so we can get a TC up here and still, you know. Yeah, he's going to want the TC to be here, though, because he wants to use these turret ships to basically save his stuff. If he puts the TC up there, yeah, the turret ships can't go up there, so he's in trouble. That being said, he has like a few villas up here in houses, so he's going to lose all this now in that position. Oh, the Peruvian TC still costs 600 wood? I thought they changed it to 500 wood. What are they doing, man? I don't know. It's crazy. I think some of the civs have 500 wood house TCs, but I could be wrong. Yep, Guardian Marine's coming out now, so he's already getting a bit of a defense there. Now the fort's coming out too. Yeah.
Austeridad me hará justicia.
Yep, still on the coastline, so the turret ships can still blast these things. Oh, so smart. Yeah, Nathan's gonna go for a dock, but the turret ship's gonna deny him instantly. Boom. Big boom. Good for you, Varengo, for stalling. Yeah. And now Nathan's just gonna pull back and retreat. Varengo still has 12 vills here, and now he's bringing in coin as well. So I don't know what he's gonna do with that coin, but he's trying something. He's trying to get something at this point to try to defend, hopefully. Yeah.
Mis fuerzas regresaron.
Is that a tower? Oh, he's getting a tower too. Ooh, good, good. Because now I think Ringo's gonna have to like patrol the water for more docks. Now that he knows that Nathan might go that route. Yeah, but again, towers is a good idea because towers will essentially make it much harder for Nathan to push because the towers with their shock multipliers will actually beat up the Manyosos if they come in. It'll be pretty decent against the Spearmen too, since they're pretty low HP and have no pierce armor. He's eating the goat meat too, so he has more food. I'm assuming Nathan already sent his. He didn't send Livingston code yet. That's weird. He's picking up Henchman now. Henchman adds more stats onto the Manyosos. I think he's giving him more line of sight, and I think something else too, making him a bit stronger.
Aún no estoy muerto.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I think he's gonna get a pretty good kill rate here, though. Honestly, Ringo. But I'm gonna give you some advice. So when you're fighting siege-based ships, you should make light ships, not heavy ones. So go with the corvettes instead of the one that he's making now, please. Just stack a ton of corvettes and attack the boat with that. Yeah, it's a little tip and trick, basically. He's gonna win anyways, but still, like if it was a more intense matchup and you were trying to beat his turret ships, best way to do that would be with the lighter corvettes and not the heavy ones like this, basically. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, he'll still do pretty good because the turret's pretty weakened now, so I think he can probably do it. Plus, the heavy ships have a broadside attack too that he can use on it. Yeah, he didn't use it for some reason, which I was like, why didn't you use the broadside attack on it? That would have finished it off, but okay. Whatever. Yep. Oh, wow. Interesting match. To say the least, yeah. Alright, let's go into the next... What are the next ones we're doing now? Let's look. Because we're done with the Nathan versus Ringo games. Let's see what else was on the menu. So we got our games too to look at, I believe, as well. Let's see what they are. Oh, Code versus Nathan. Games of today, so that might be on the previous version. Yeah. Maybe. Yesterday at 11:56 a.m. because the because the patch came out around 5 at night. Yeah, that would be last version. So let me pull that up right now real quick. I gotta go into the directory right now. It's PC. Program files. I'm trying to find it. Steam apps. This is good practice for you when you're installing Wars Libby, by the way, to be able to find the directory. Not bin, Wars Liberty. And then, not this one, it's the old directory. And then age3y.exe. I didn't go over how you'd set up multiplayer with the mod either. We're going to have to do that at some point as well. It's pretty basic, but we'll have to come up with a system, because if we do get a lot of signups, like over 100 people possibly, we might have to divvy it up between Radman and Game Ranger too. So, yeah, we got to prepare for multiple possibilities here as far as the signups is concerned, honestly. So, yeah, big time. Yep. So far, we got 2 signups, so at least we got 2 people to fight each other. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but we need more people, though. We need more than 2 signups, por favor. Start signing people up like crazy. I'll even remove the entry fee if it's needed. Alright, so which one's we on now? Let me see. Code versus Nathan and Code versus Tiata. I'm downloading those right now, and then I'm submitting them in. About 4 juegos, 4 juegos. Submit those in too. Oh, I already copied those in. What am I doing? Willis? Code versus... Yeah, I already did those ones. Really? Okay. So let's see. These ones. Let's check these ones out. Alright, so we have, this is Sagwai Black, this isn't Nathan. So it's Code Fender versus Sagwai. Okay, Sagwai's playing Paraguay, and, Code Fender's playing, Danish. Okay. If it was me playing Paraguay against Danish, I think we know who would win this one easily. I mean, Paraguay's a much better set than the Danish. But it's Sagwai, so it's a bit tougher to call. Yeah, Sagwai is like one of the up-and-coming stars of Wars Liberty, man. He's training to be one of the best players in our community. So, maybe Sagwai will impress us here with some really cool tricks. We'll have to see. Should be interesting either way, honestly. Yeah, totally. Also, why does the game speed seem like it's so slow right now? I don't know. The animation seemed a little bit stalled. Yeah, I don't know about that, but is Chrome open? No, it's not. Okay. Just figuring out if that's the cause. Yeah, should be fun either way. Yeah, the good thing about Paraguay is they get a lot of free stuff, you know. Yep, they're all about handouts. A lot of free stuff. They get free resources, free military units, you name it. That's what Paraguay is all about. They can build these little factories called work buildings. The trickle a resource, then they can get free military units from buildings too. Free stuff from the barracks, free stuff from the stable. But that means that those buildings have build limits, so you can't have like 50 barracks, you can only have like 2 or 3 of them. And by Imperial Age, you can only have like 5 of them, I believe, or 6. Not a lot, just because they give you free stuff. Yeah, so... That's kind of the cost of playing Paraguay. While you can get a ton of free things, it means that your military map control is going to be kind of garbage. Yeah, no, it is. Same thing with the works buildings. The more of them you get, yes, the more free economy you're going to get. But it also means you have to cough up pop space because each one costs like 3 pop space, and then you can send a tech to make it only 2 pop space, but still it's, yeah, you get the idea though. Big stuff. The good news about the works buildings is since they're like actual buildings, the enemy's ability to raid those is very hampered compared to Vills. With Vills, you just need like a couple melee units and just wipe them out. With buildings, you're gonna need like some bigger stuff. You know what I mean? You have to go at with like spearmen or maybe a Prishnik type stuff and try to do it that way, or artillery. But yeah, no, it'll be a lot harder to take out a Paraguayan economy that has a ton of works buildings. Which kind of gives them a pretty good advantage for holding the line and then being able to kick the opponent out, which is great. On the other hand, Danish is a European civ, and what makes them a bit different is they get these weird. You see this little head over here, this Golden Age head. Basically, if this thing is active for your civ, that means that you're gaining more XP bounty from training units and building stuff and killing stuff, basically. So it means you get a lot of XP bounty. If you time it perfectly, you can get extra shipments. And the way you get a Golden Age like this with this head is 2 ways. Aging up and shipping cards. Yeah. This stuff for Danish is a little bit mild. One of their more bare bonuses, though, is this thing, the Ox card. It's something you start the game with. It helps to gather raided nearby villagers, giving you a pretty good economy. You can also garrison vills inside to keep them safe if you're getting raided. You can also turn it into a resource building, too. You can turn it into a mill, plantation, a livestock pen, market, or a dock. So, yeah, that's good. It's got a lot of flexibility. Yeah. And another thing I didn't mention either is at the start of the game, Danish gets XP crates. So they can get their first shipment instantly, which is awesome. But other than that, the Danish are pretty bland, I would say, compared to most European civs. At least I think so. I think the Danish are one of the more bland civs. They get some cool things, but not a lot. One of the cool things they get, which I don't see anyone ever get, is they get a team early artillery card, which lets you build falconets in H2 and falconet equivalents if you're another civ. That I find pretty fascinating, but yeah, no. Very interesting, yeah. Oh yeah, I never actually checked. Does the card work with the Middle Eastern Midfa cannons? Because they're a new culture. I should probably check that out at some point. Yeah, no. Definitely should. Wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. Definitely not. Yeah. I'm gonna go grab a box of Comida downstairs and stick it in the microwave while these guys sort of do their age 1 macro, if you don't mind. So I don't know why this match is in slow-mo. It's like crazy, man. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it gives me enough time to heat something up, so I'll do that real quick. Alright, I'm back. Anything change? Guess not. Alright, looks like Sagawai's actually aging up now. Code Fender's already aged up. He's picking up steel traps for here. No forward base yet, right? Nope. He just sent 700 wood, though. So what did he get with all that wood? I don't know. Should you get a forward base? Explorer's over here. Trying to look. Trying to look for something significant here. Not finding anything, though. Yep, nothing yet that would signal a huge attack. So I'll have to look very closely. Yeah, big time. I was picking up the 700 coin. Oh, double barracks. Okay, so he's going for a push. Either Grenadier or Line Infantry. Well, not Line Infantry, Landsoldatar. Right, yeah. Danish doesn't get Line Infantry anymore. They get Landsoldatars, which are basically just like Russian muskets, but they speak Danish. Yeah, no, they're really weak muskets, but they're very cheap. I think they're actually cheaper and weaker than Russian muskets. Maybe. Yeah, at least when I look at them, I'm like, God, these are some really scary stats. 14 range attack and like 8 hand attack. That's like, whoa, man, that is like scary cheap and weak. Yeah. Just picking up the mining cart now. Steam machinery here. I see. Yep, that too. Looks like Sagawai is aged up now. He's going to get a stable and a barracks. That's fine. I'm fine with that, actually. Because he'll get free hand cavalry from this stable over time, and he'll get free hand infantry from the barracks, the Petirai. Sort of like a weak, cheap Mushatero. And then the unit from the stable will be the Akayobatai, which is like a cheap, weak Lancero. So, a scout unit and an assault unit. So, mostly cav. He also went with the French immigrants, so he got some food crates. French is always a good pick because they get a really good card called Bakeries, which gives you 2 food works for the price of 1. Which is really awesome. I mean, deck-wise, Sagawai's looking okay, actually. Can't really complain about any of this stuff, really. No, it's all good. It's actually solid. You can tell he pays attention to my card selections because they set that deck up rather well. Some stuff that I don't like personally, but you can totally use, so who am I to complain? Yeah, totally. Yeah. I'm heating up some meatballs with tomato sauce and cheese, by the way, in that microwave. It's going to take about 13 minutes. Pop those out. Have some yummy, juicy meat and tomato and cheese. Very delicious. Yeah. When I deal with the snow stuff tomorrow, I'll probably have some steak and gravy. Steak tips with gravy and some pasta salad with Greek stuff in it. Good carbs and good protein and fat all together to help me recover from all that crazy stuff out there. So that'll be good. Yeah. Here comes the Landsoldatars. More of them coming out here. Very good. And shipping in about 9 of them. Alright, so he's going for a huge musket push with these. Oh, a second barracks. Good move. Yeah, it's better to get those production buildings out sooner rather than later. Just make sure that you get Escopateros from your barracks. If you get those, I think he's fine. I always open Escopatero for my barracks when I'm Paraguay. Unless I know they're going cavalry. If they know they're going cavalry, then I'll get spearmen, but if it's anything else, Escopatero is usually going to be the play from the barracks. Yeah, funny thing, those trash units Yeah. Yeah, basically, Escobateros are like your early game skirmish unit for Latin Americans. They're a little bit different than the volunteers that the Europeans get because the Escobateros have a splash attack because they use a shotgun rather than a rifle. So they do a bit of area damage, which is really cool. But the bullets don't always hit the target though, given the bullets their own level of accuracy chances and stuff. A tech later at the arsenal called Buckshot will give the bullets more accuracy, so they're all more likely to hit, making them a lot nicer and more efficient. Here comes the food works now.
Paraíba.
Hola.
He is going Escobatero. Good. Awesome. He just needs some more wood though. Maybe move these vills onto wood. Pick up the double-sided axe if you haven't yet. But the problem is he's getting like inundated super quickly. If it was me, I would have aged up a lot sooner and I would have already had like 30 something Escobateros ready to go. But since Zaguai's still learning Paraguay, he's a bit slower to the wheel. Also, this is why I don't include Pardos anymore unless it's a hyper rush deck, because if they run into infantry, then the spearmen are kind of useless. I'd rather have artisanal cannons as an option because it's a more high value unit that can do a lot more against many things, whereas the spearman is only going to be good for rushing against buildings and like wiping out cav, giving you a bit of a weakness there. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Yeah, that's way too much infantry there for spearmen to deal with. Just gonna scoot and shoot him with volunteers and then seal that Tars like crazy. And then start sieging away his buildings next. Yeah, by the way, something that Sagwai's doing, which you can do too. Use these villages, the Koiguas, to fight back. Because the Koiguas also have their own shotgun firearms as well. So they also have a splash attack that can be good against multiple units. They're one of the few vills in the game, outside the, the Courier de Bois, which have combat competence, And these guys are much better than CBDs because their splash attack can like wipe out so many units, especially if all the bullets hit into the same unit. It's like really fierce. They can send things like flying. Yeah, but unfortunately this situation just didn't work out. If you have like a much bigger army and you send the Coiguas in to like defend with the troops, a lot better results than this. But yeah, no. Zagwai has the right ideas, he's just executing them kind of slow, and that's why he's getting hard pushed by Codefender like this. If he can like work on his timings a bit better, yeah, he'll be in great shape. I would say, yeah, totally. Yeah, no, he's got the right idea. He what I found interesting was he went with the woodworks instead of a food one. I always go for the food one. You know why I go for the food one? Because the food one ages you up faster. That's why I go for food. Not because it helps me out later on, it's because it helps me age up faster so I can get military and avoid this situation. Going for a woodworks, good and all because it can help you to get your like buildings out later, which is awesome, but it doesn't help you to age up on time, and your enemy will be in your base a lot sooner. In fact, I will get two food works in age one. I'll get one that I build myself by macroing onto wood and gold, and then shipping one in. So I'll have two of them, and then I'll send Hemeroteca to still take advantage of bakeries and have four food works into a really robust food economy in the early game that doesn't even require bills in some cases if you can like manage things well usually. Yeah, because here's the thing, if you don't have food, just use outlaws, use artillery, find other means. That's the one good thing about Latin Americans is they give you a lot of flexibility with your resources if you know what you're doing and you can pivot properly usually. Let's go on to the next one. I wonder if it will be a real Nathan game instead of Saguai taking his place. Yeah, I know. Funny stuff either way, though. Yeah. I got the directory here, right? Yep, let me boot that up. Also, my meatballs just finished in the microwave, so let me pull that out, too. Might take a moment. Let me get that out. Starving. I might eat that instead of talking for a bit, especially if it's a Saguai game, since there won't be a lot to explain in the battles.
はい。
何なりとご命令を。
Dígame, don. Como ordene. Dígame, don. ¿Qué puedo hacer por... Adelante. Como ordene.
¿Qué puedas no quiero descansar?
呼んだ？
呼んだ？そっち？
何なりと。
La posteridad me hará justicia.
dígamelo. ¿Qué puedo hacer por vos?
¿Qué puedo hacer por vos? Sí, mi general. ¿Qué pasa, señor? En posición.
ご命令を。
これ以上戦うは正気の沙汰ではありませぬぞ。これ以上戦うは正気の沙汰ではありませぬぞ。
Just finished up with the meatballs. Crazy game this is. A lot of back and forth. I like it. Now, one thing that Code Fender did here, which I really like, he just got Yabazumes. These are maneuver units, or like have, right? Maneuver units have multipliers against assault units like the Manyosos. So, Yabazumes are actually one of the best ways to deal with the massive Mushiteros and Manyosos if you're Japan. Making it a pretty good choice. Yeah. And I'd say about 36 something per shot. And it's rate of fire 1.5, obviously, so it'll shoot very quickly. Pushing him back. Also, look at all the Kies he's got, too. These will be good against all the infantry here. Very nice. They're switching from the Dutch consulate to, I think, isolationism now. Because wants the bear stats on his troops. Plus, he can send some of the strong Japanese isolation units as well, which might be good. Two cherry orchards coming out, plus a dojo. Yeah, dojos are still a thing. They'll allow Code Fender to get some free troops of his choice, either Kies, Shigumas, Samurai, Gunto Riders, or Yabazume. Interesting. So Nathan's spamming assault. In skirmish, he's got Cochilicos, Mosquiteros, and Manyosos. Not aging up, he's just spamming. He's like 200 pop spamming too with Los Altos. Huh. Very fascinating. Yeah. Alright, here comes the Mosquiteros onto the infantry. He's going to look for a good spot and go into splash, it looks like. It's best when units are crumpled up like this, because then the Mosquiteros get more splash ability against the troops. The longer the Mosquiteros stay alive, the better chances Nathan has. Otherwise, yeah, once the melee troops are down, then Codefender's just gonna blast through them with his higher stats. I didn't even realize that, oh, he's got Golden Pavilion still, right? Yeah. Nathan should make a move for this with his Leperos. Yeah, take this Golden Pavilion out. You'll reduce Codefender's range attack on his troops that way. He's doing it right now, which is very smart. He's got like a barracks worth of HP or a little bit more on that. He's going to send his Yabuzume to blast them. Unfortunately, that's not enough. That's not enough. Explorer trying to stall time. He's going to try to save this Golden Pavilion, and it's too late. Too late, man. Yeah, no, he's not going to have enough time to do it unless he micros like a... Nathan! Nathan! You could have just sieged this. You could have taken it out. Why did he hesitate, man? He should have just sieged that thing down. And then he would have reduced his opponent's stats instantly. That was a big mistake. He should have just stayed on there and finished that off. Because now Codefender can just repair that with his food. Yeah. He's going to repair it, probably. Right? Yeah, I hope he repairs it. Because if he doesn't, that could be a problem.
Maestro.
Can't believe I'm saying it, but Nathan's actually winning. He's actually gaining ground, which is crazy. I wouldn't have expected that, but that's really good for Nathan. He's really pushing. This H2 pressure campaign is actually paying off. Which I didn't expect it to, but it's working somehow.
Sí, mi general.
Yeah, does Kofan have any resources left or is he cooked? He's got food left, but needs space for barracks though. Yeah, basically. He's got the dojos too. But yeah. If he can like consolidate a huge force somehow and kick this out, that'd be great. But otherwise he's cooked. Yeah, right units and everything, and better upgrades, but just not enough. I think the Abazumas have hand armor, right? No, they have pierce armor. That's right. They don't have. They're the only one of the only horse archers without hand armor, so they're really not going to be good against Banyosas once they get up close and personal like that. Yeah, no. Very unfortunate turn of events there for Code Fender. He's making some Anabushis, some Spearmen. And just not enough. Yeah, no, nothing. Oh boy. No, son. Yeah. Crazy. Do I have any other recordings that I download? Yeah, I did. Code versus Verningo. Oh yeah, I got those too. Maybe I could do those ones. What do you think? You think you'd like that? Yeah, maybe. Apparently named the games similarly, so we'll have to use these ones here. Let's try them out. I'll be honest with you. It's pretty rare to see Varingo on the receiving end of the Japanese sieve. Typically, it's Varingo is using Japan against others. To see him have to deal with Japan, though, is going to be kind of spicy. James, play it. Tu sais parler? Parler? Yeah, that's French. That's French for play it or something. Yeah. Frenchy talk. Yeah, Frenchy talk.
Señor. Órdenes. Voy.
Sumptuary Laws is the first Japanese card. It's kind of fascinating. I mean, it's not a bad play. It's actually the play I used to do in the old days before I understand that Heavenly Kami was the best one. But yeah, no. Doing that, Sumptuary Laws is alright. Gives you a little trickle of food, wood, gold, XP, and export all at the same time. So it gives you a little bit of everything. Kinda nice. I'm assuming we're going to see a very similar game. Basically, Kiev spam against Peru, I would assume. Yeah, most likely. which wonder Tory Gate gets a free barracks with the age up market. Ringo, what route is he gonna go now? Is he going fast fortress? Yeah, fast fortress. Okay. I have a feeling that Ringo's fast fortress is gonna go a bit nicer against Codefender than Nathan's setup, because Nathan's setups have been hyper aggro. I'm assuming Codefender's gonna either go Shaguma or Kie. In which case Ringo just has to spam Mushateros or something and mass. Get some artillery and call it a day, probably. Yeah. At least that's what I would assume. Might be a bit more complicated, but we'll see.
Mitaita.
Pardos. Why Pardos? That's a little bit weird against Japan. When do we ever see Japan open up Handcav in Wars Libby? Like, never, right? I don't know why he's getting that. Oh, for the sieging of the shrines. Alright, that makes sense. Okay. But still, it's a little, leaves you a little bit open. Like, maybe, I don't know. I would have gone my defenses up first and then did Spearman after that. But hey, if he thinks he can siege through stuff quickly, cut down his pop space, and make an advantage of it, we'll see if he can. Oh, well, wait a second now. He took a shrine out. He already housed Codefender. That's kind of interesting. I didn't expect that at all. What is up with the poor Chinese colonies here getting destroyed by people? Really? The Chinese can never get a break. How am I supposed to get my spare ribs if we keep destroying the Chinese colonies? It's bad, man. Did he get the fireman out of the Chinese one first, I hope? So he can send another batch out of the Irish one? Okay, he's got artillery. He's gonna scare away this if he's gonna blast the infantry up here. Cool. He's gonna siege the colony just so he gets something done. Yeah, he's gonna siege that down no matter what. Try not to get too close, Ringo, otherwise he'll snipe you. Wow, yeah, Ringo's doing a good, but he's gotta keep moving though. Keep moving, like Mume. Keep moving around. Keep moving to new spots. Because if you could take these ones out, that'd be even better. Honestly, yeah. Took out the keys and now I can take the muskets out. Spearman down here now. Ooh, God, if he could take these shrines out, that's epic. It's really good for Ringo. Yeah. Yeah, now Codefinder's gonna have to build all defensive shrines around here. Good news for Ringo, he just found another shrine. Artisanal cans should be able to finish these off, no problem. Yeah, Ringo's doing pretty okay. Yeah, come back and hit these shrines now. Yeah. Yeah, Ringo's doing a massive raiding job here with these spearmen. It's pretty phenomenal, actually. I'm assuming Ringo's gonna micro these spearmen up there now and try to raise some stuff. If Ringo's getting a fort, good. That secures defense at the front of the base. That's awesome. Exactly what he needs there. $1,000 coin. That's a lot of money. A lot of dinero. Mucho dinero. That's a lot of money. He might go industrial. Well, if Code Vendor doesn't press him too hard, he will likely try to get into like Industrial Age and get the Volantes because those cannons are brutal good. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking he's going for. Probably going for like Industrial Age Volantes if nothing happens along the way. Spearman retreating, looking for more shrines, probably because he's following all the hunts. He knows where all the hunts are, right? Yeah. The thing is, though, you should know where the shrines are based on this. If the animals look like they're in this sort of animation here, nested around each other like that, that's where the shrines are. So yeah, I don't think he has any need to be scouting all these hunts that he knows probably don't have them on there. Yeah. Probably not. Yeah.
Escucho órdenes. Señor.
Shipping Vivenderas. He's got stagecoach on like one trading post on food, and he's gonna go industrial age. Second Irish wave, and he's gonna get a big army of Fenians with that. That should be a good mass of a unit to protect his stuff with. And then he'll go Volante mass probably. Yeah. I might have a Taco Bell emergency to deal with, just so you know. I feel like I might have to, yeah. Paris Saint Germain, PSG. Trying to see if I can wait for this Taco Bell emergency till the end of the match. If not, I'll just pause it. I am doing sort of like a 12-hour stream today, so it is fine if I have to resolve a Taco Bell emergency, I think. Totally. 100%. Veteran on the Spearman? Yeah, good idea. Though I do recommend not upgrading units until you have a lot of them. That's something somebody taught me in Age of Mythology. Don't just blatantly upgrade units until you have a substantial number of them to justify it. And also the idea that you're going to be making more of them too. Because just getting 10 veteran spearmen is really not much different than having 10 regular spearmen. But like maybe 30 or 40 veteran spearmen now, that makes a difference. Yeah, but still, it looks like he'll be able to start sieging away at these shrines. This will cripple Japan a bit. Just housed his opponent again. I can't produce troops again. He's gonna try a retreat. Yep. It's gonna get a little. No. Yeah, he just idled that. That's fine. He got the main goal again to an industrial age done. He's got cannons. He's got some Vivenderas. He's got an army of Fenians somewhere, I'm assuming. Trying to see where those are. Yep, here they are. Here's the Fenians. Yep. These are basically mercenary foot dragoons. So they're basically like, the Eagle Runner Knights. Kind of like that. But these guys are much better because they have like 320 HP, 3% Pierce. Range attack's about 48, so it's pretty decent. But their multipliers against assault are brutal. The only problem is Japan doesn't have any units from that class, so it's not really that important. But in general, it'll be a good, helpful unit either way. Yeah. Also, their hand attack is about 12. So yeah, he can use them for raiding somewhat if he keeps them all alive. Has the Malice divides the damage in half, so 24 Pierce. 24 times 10 is about 240 damage per shot. Enough to instantly kill a villager. Yeah. So as long as he can keep like 8 of the 10 alive, he should be able to use them for basically constant raiding. Spearman coming out of the barracks right now, looks like. He's gonna get the Volantes, right? Yeah, he's gonna get Volantes. Main thing would be is if Japan gets the Kanano cannons. You know, the Kananos, basically reskin flaming arrows. Good against infantry buildings, but also artillery equipment as well. Yeah, he's gonna get the big beefy 3 Volante shipment first, and then he can send infinite shipments of 2 after that. Spearman and Vivenderas looking around here, trying to defend the area. Okay, so the cans are there, the artisanals blast some of the Kies, forcing the retreat. Lante's coming out now. About 3 of them. Yep, they're gonna go after this house because there's vills inside. You can tell by the little flag that there's vills in there. Volante's blasting Yabazume. But this is the thing, Yabazume are artillery destroying machines. Yeah, they have like 8x against artillery. Brutal unit. He does have the Yo Rush too, to get the multipliers up to like 9, which is even more. Yeah. 9 Fenians left trying to defend this area. I didn't even think of the Yabazume as a threat against the cannons, but yeah, no. Yabazume are one of the best dragoons to destroy artillery with because their multipliers are brutal and then they have the rate of fire of a horse archer. So, cannons do not last long against them at all. It's that like niche relationship where the Yabazume is turned into fire units, basically. Yeah, totally. He's also picking up Way of the Marksman. Gets 2 range up on the Kies. Plus gives him some more hit points. Turn him into a 20 range skirmisher instead of an 18 range one. I'm probably gonna take care of my Taco Bell emergency right now if you don't mind. And I'll come back.
何なりとご命令を。承知。やっかかれ。何なりとや命令よ。
ご命令を。
何なりとご命令よ。何なりとご命令よ。
守り神よ、不死鳥のごとく舞い上がれ。
はっ何なりとた
Napay. Patron. Napay. Escucho.
¿Cuál es su orden, señor?
はっ
何なりと
何なりとご命令よ。はっ何なりとご命令よ。何なりとご 命令を何なりと。はっ。ご命令を。はっ。
Alright, so did you see what I just saw over here? Those Fenians literally sniped Codefender's Daimyo in one shot. That was brutal. That's what I was talking about with the multipliers of 6 on those things. It can instantly kill target units, including Daimyos, instantly. That was an insane snipe right there. Yeah. And then here are the Morotarus, it looks like, coming out now for Siege. Yeah, that should be quite good. Oh yeah, no. Let's see what Ringo's plan is now, though. I don't know what Ringo's getting. He's getting like a ton of villagers. He's not making any military. He's getting veteran on the Mosquiteros. He's got like no wood, though. I don't know what he's thinking right now. He's got the age advantage, he's just not using it properly. I think if you got like 50, 60 Bushateros right now, just switch to wood, get as many as you can, you're fine. But he's not doing that. He's making a ton of villagers when it's a little bit odd to do so. Yeah. I don't know. He's being a little slow when he shouldn't be. That's all I'm saying. Should try to speed things up a little bit here if he wants to win this one. Yeah, no. He's got to speed things up a bit. Unless he's gonna get cooked. Yeah, more towers are in. Yeah, Japan still works the old way with the artillery. So yeah, more towers are still only usable against buildings and boats for now. And the canal nows are still what they are, basically. Yeah. GG. Let's check out the second one. You want to check out the second one with me? Yeah, let's check out the second one right now. I'm booting up ready. Wait a minute, it might work on the old version, actually. Yeah, no, because I don't think they changed a lot with this patch. Yeah, it might work actually. Yeah, I might not have to go back to the old one. Let me see. Code versus Dieta. This one, right? Yep, this one. Let's do this one. Yeah, it might be alright, actually. I might not have to restart into the old version. Palu. Here. And, what's Codefender doing? Maori versus Palu. Interesting. Alright. Should be fun. It's a pretty small map, too. Distance-wise. Like, you don't have to walk very far to reach your opponent on air. So, yeah, this is often a pretty competitive map in tournaments. Yeah, most definitely. Yep, start pushing in that hunt. The Cholos. Now, the thing to discern here is what would you do if you were Ringo? Yeah, that's the question. Because you're going up against a Maori player. The Maori player is going to do one thing and one thing mainly. They are going to try to get a fast fortress and go Purakumu marksmen and Hawara fighters into Headway spearmen. How do you stop that? You either have to rush pretty hard, or you need to like fast fortress yourself and get assault units and artillery. Yeah, because that's the other thing too. Maori don't get culverins. Yeah, they don't get assault cav. That's what I'm saying. The Maori don't get assault cav. They don't get dragoons. They don't get culverins. Maori are lacking a lot of unit rolls. They don't have muskets. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so going back to the point of like Kaiser there, is Maori considered OP because of some of their builds? No, I don't think so, because they just lack so many unit rolls. If you like know what you're doing, you can pull them apart little by little. Like Chinese pushes siege them like crazy. A lot of things push them like crazy. It's insane. Yeah. Big time. Totally. Again, the Voyage of the South Island. This is one that's always a mistake, because if you get the fast age up first, the South Island one, and then you get the South Wales one second, you're leaving yourself very vulnerable in your fortress age up. Yeah. You want the age 1 to 2 to be slower, so when you want to do the fast fortress, it's actually fast and not slow. And you don't have that huge window of vulnerability when you have like no resources and no like push into the next age, basically. It's kind of risky. You have to be careful of that pretty much. Yeah. Six villages with 800 wood. Very nice. Yep, and just so you know, you don't pay gold for age ups with Maori. You would age up with food and wood instead of food and gold. So wood is kind of useless for you for the aging up purpose until you get to like Imperial Age. And there's like one expensive age up to South Africa that'll cost gold as well. But other than that, you don't need gold for any age up costs associated with Maori. And I'm assuming other polys as well. Here's the second pa structure here. Yep, instead of houses, Maori just uses these structures for all their population space. Kind of like little mini forts in a way. You would research text here to be able to get more housing space per pa. You can also research text like this, Kumara storage, to give them a food trickle too, which is very helpful. This is always a good tech card to get for Maori. Pagoga Adzes. It actually researches all your wood chopping techs from the market, including your age 1-1, your age 2-1, and even your age 3/4-1. So literally every wood upgrade you're allowed to get in the game, it'll research for free in age 2. So your wood economy becomes really nice once you get that. And it cuts down on the level of market text that you have to research with your resources. And these texts here, Polka Kelp Bags and the one before it, pertain to berry bush gathering as well as farming. So yeah, it helps you with different things basically. The Maryville's getting sliced right now by the Mushateros. These are one of the texts that increases your pop space at the pause right here, 1 ow. Spearman against Mushateros. As long as you have enough Spearman, you can do it, but if you don't have enough, the splash attack and the Mushateros will beat them. Yeah, he has enough Spearmen so he can scare them off, it looks like. He's getting the one to Tasmania. He's getting the really good age up there. That should definitely give him a shipment for sure. That'll definitely help him out quite a bit. There goes the Pardos and Legion Puanas. Heavy infantry. That's a pretty big map. Wow, this might be good. This might be good for Ringo. He might be able to push with this. Yeah. How many spearmen? He's got 25 spears and about 18 grenadiers. Yeah, this is enough to make a major siege. He's gonna destroy all of his pod buildings with this. Still has grenadiers with their charge attacks on the. Wow. Brutal. Oh yeah, this is very good for Varingo. Very good, actually. Yeah. And then the spearmen are going to push into the marksmen now and wipe them out before they get the Porokuma upgrade, right? This Porokuma upgrade gives them more range and multipliers and stuff. So, yeah. Varingo will want to wipe those marksmen out before they get that upgrade. Yeah. Looks like Codefender can get this shipment now, which he might. The 16 marksman shipment. Yeah. That's what I would maybe consider getting there. Oh, Varingo got some Zamalitos too. Skirmish. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, he's getting Porokuma now. He's also getting Advanced Porokuma, which will make him a 21 range skirmisher instead of a mere 20 range skirm once they get their rifles. That'll be a really good unit then. Yeah, totally good unit.
Are you?
Órdenes.
Roy. Déjame egg.
Señor. Voy. Sí, señor. Voy. Al ataque. Sí, señor. Marcha. Sí, señor.
Are you?
And so, yep, here comes all the spearmen and Zamaritos coming around the corner there. He's gonna try to siege his Paz again. That's the best way for Varinga to cripple the Maori players, just wipe out his ability to produce more vills constantly. And force him to have to keep rebuilding that structure. Yep, he's gonna go, yep, he's just gonna keep spamming the siege. Oh, he's gonna throw a few spearmen in the front though. And what the other... Oh, he's gonna actually try to kill stuff with these things. Really? I don't know. I would just try to siege the Paz first. And then... I don't know. The choice of just spamming spearmen though is a little bit sus at the end of the day. Yeah, no, totally. It's a little concerning. Yeah, I don't know if Ringo's gonna be able to handle another spear push like that again. He is aging up now, though, it looks like. Going up to Fortress Age with Chinese Wave. That should be pretty smart, I think. Yeah, no, totally. I like the idea. I think if Ringo just got artillery and something and went in with that push, he would have won. But I think going in with the spearmen alone was probably a real risky move, honestly, and he should have probably avoided, I think. Yeah, totally. Should have definitely avoided. Yeah, I think Ringo's dead at this point. Oh, but no, he's retreated back to here with his TC up to the top. Look at that. Sneaky Vaningo always slipping away. But watch out, Codefender's going to Industrial Age now. With the Voyage to the Chatham Islands. I think some of that stuff is water-based, so it won't give him all his rewards, but it'll definitely allow him to upgrade his marksman into one of the guard upgrades. Either the Reckless upgrade to get more attack and less hit points, or the other one to get more HP and less attack. Well, when I mean less, I don't mean like they're going to reduce those stats. It's just that it's like a 2-to-1 ratio with the Maori upgrades in Industrial Age. So you're either upgrading unit by 40% attack and 20% HP, or 40% HP and 20% attack. You get to choose, basically, with different paths possible. And each obviously has its advantage. If you think that your units won't die super quick, or you can spam them, it's better to go with the attack one because you'll get more attack value out of them. But if you need to worry about resource preservation and losing troops, you might want to go with the HP one instead. Retain more stats. Looks like he's getting the this shipment here. British Expeditionary Force. 18 redcoats and 2 rockets. Very, very, very good. Strong to head with Spearman. That adds 40% HP and 20% attack to him, making him pretty tanky. It is justifiable because the Tehedawas already have splash attack, so the need for more damage isn't so essential. You kind of just want them to survive a bit longer, if possible. This is the second food trickle here, the Hungy. And Bakeha cannons allows for a cannon-based attack at the pause structures. More Tehedawa Spearmen coming in, it looks like. Oh wow, he just did the Imperial Age too. Oh man, that's pretty big. He just went Imperial Age. Look what he's got. He's got a greenstone mine. He's got all sorts of trees. He's got animals. Wow, he's looking pretty good right now. Big time. Picking up all the Imperial upgrades on the marksman. Again, guard, Purokuma marksman, and guard Tehedwa. Plus shipping in Toho force. 17 fighters. That's huge. That's very big. But Varingo also went Industrial Age for some reason, probably to get Volantes, I'm assuming, as a last-ditch move. He's getting melee fighters. That's interesting. What's he getting melee fighters for? That's a little strange. Going for all damage, I guess, at that point. Yeah, basically.
Wakaho?
As if Volantes, unfortunately, the rockets will snipe them pretty easily, so he has to be careful. But they hit pretty hard, though, since they're like in a late game Industrial Age artillery piece. Yeah, I just booted up Definitive Edition in case nobody's available for Wars of Liberty matches. Yeah, I kind of want to do Wars of Liberty matches if possible. Yeah, at this point. Yeah. Unless, wait a second here. I think we got something to look at, which would be pretty cool. Nathan said he I wanna look at this Fast Great War Age game because Nathan said, "Did you ever see a Fast Great War Age before?" I want to see that. That might be fun because we never see Great War Age casted. That's actually a really cool subject. Let's look at that one. And then we'll either do Wars Liberty matches or Definitive Edition 3 matches for the rest of the stream. Yeah. I want to see that. I was hesitating a bit if I wanted to really look at another game. But that's substantial enough that we should check it out. Yeah, no. Let's look at that one. Whatever we do after that, who cares? Who cares? Yeah. Fast Great War Age, Nathan versus Cyber Ranger. Yeah, I remember I saw Nathan and Cyber Ranger play a game. So let's. I wonder if this is a build that I know about. I definitely did a Fast Great War Age before with Mapuche, with Colombia. Whoa, wait a second now. Okay, so Cyber Ranger's doing Persia. And Nathan is doing Colombia. How do you do a Fast Great War Age with Colombia? Let's find out. This has me baffled a lot. Like, I have never ever thought of Colombia as being able to do a Fast Great War Age ever before. How do you do that? How is he doing this? I don't know. I want to look at it though. Let's look at it together and figure out what the build order is, if it's realistic or not. Because I've done some speedy Great War Ages before, but I wonder if Colombia really has that potential. Let's find out. Alright, let's look at the deck. Let's see what deck he's run. What cards you got here? Mercado de Abastos. So that's the one that improves your market trading rate. It also cheapens your market text too. Advanced Mill. And Emperor of Galapagos. Yep. If you didn't know, The best way to get food is Colombia is actually to go hunting and not actually farming. You get ton of mills, and then you can send this Emperor of Galapagos. Basically spawns free turtles at your mills. Yeah, get free Galapagos tortoises. About 3 of them in each bundle over time. Catechismo. Vills are cheaper and train faster. I still don't see the fast Great Warriors thing here. You're gonna have to show me how to do it. Unless he plans on using the hunting with those Galapagos Tauruses to get food fast enough somehow to do it. Yeah, that's a tough one. Alright, so it looks like Cyber Ranger's doing Middle East. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. Looks like Cyber Ranger isn't training Vills, right? Yeah, no. He's getting furrier, though. I don't think he understands how to play the Civ because doesn't have a Mahala, doesn't have a Madrasa. Okay, so I don't think Nathan necessarily did any special build here, but what he did do was he did cap on Cyber Ranger not knowing how to play the Citadel, and that's what he's doing. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. All right, I thought Nathan figured out some wacky way to get a quick, fast Great Warriors out of Colombia. I was like, wait a second now. I think I've looked through all the cards and I don't see any pathway to do that, realistically. Yeah, okay, so it looks like Cyber Ranger's gone Furrier. Furrier is actually a really good card for Middle East Civs because it also affects the bushes that your fountains and your oases make as well. So if you can get Furrier as a Middle East Civ, helps you out in both the early game and the late game. It's almost got as much value as like Eco Theory as far as your late game is concerned. Yeah, almost, just without the wood chopping effect. Yeah. So, I mean, Furrier is actually a reliable card to send as a Middle East Civ if you want to do it. He's getting the Madrasa now. I just figured that out. He's going to need more Vills than a Mahala, though. I mean, I guess the good thing is he'll be able to afford his yellow Madrasa text if he goes average. If he goes with the yellow Madrasa text, I think he's in good shape. If he goes with anything else, I'll be a little worried for him. Yeah. That's my verdict. Get the yellow Madrasa text and save the rest for last. Especially the red ones. You don't get the red ones until you have like 10 Mahawas and you can keep sending the Minutemen batches out for maximum pain and suffering. Yeah. That's what I would do, really. Oh, good. He's getting the yellow Madrasitex. This is good. That was, yeah, Boda Parent. He's getting Boda Parent, right? Yep, Boda Parent. Good work on that one. He's resuming Ville production again. He's picking up Salukis and Sharp Axe. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, I know Cyber Ranger doesn't play a whole lot, and he's not like high elo by any means, so you gotta praise work where good work is due. And I think right now is so for a first game, and him to figure out to get Yell Madrasitex first is like super good. Because that'll give you resource crates and that will give you trickles too. So it's just generally very beneficial for you to go that route usually. Yeah. Totally. Yep. Akika? That card? Akika? The food trickle one? That's a good one too. That's a good pick. Alright, that's cool. I mean, all these cards are pretty okay. The infinite one's not so much, but the rest are alright. This one we don't see a lot. Shanama. This allows your explorer to have 50% better stats. Allows him to train Sadukis. And also gives him trickling too. Allows him to trickle about 0.35 food per second, about 0.25 gold per second, and 0.21 wood per second. Kind of like a little sumptuary law effect on him. This one we don't see a lot of Bastani Sonati. Fountains can heal nearby units like field hospitals do, basically. It can sometimes be good. Yeah, look at all the mills that Nathan gets here for Galapagos. He's gonna get like 3 turtles from each one over time. It's like crazy. He's got 6 mills. He's gonna get like 18 turtles for every few minutes. That's a lot of meat. He'll never run out of meat with that. Plus he's picking up the Naturalist Expedition. This is like furrier for most civs in the game. So he's gonna have a 15% improved hunting rate with this. Plus he's got refritzed in H3. So his food eco is going to be really good right now. Really good. I'm liking this so far. Yeah, no, totally. It's looking quite good. I also see Nathan's taking like 4/5 of the trade route too. Alright, so this isn't. So the main idea behind this fast Grey Warriors is literally just eating tons of hunts because his opponent can't rush him because he's trying to figure out the culture. Yeah, so it's nothing that we could replicate in a realistic match unless it was like Treaty or something, right? Yeah, basically. But even in Treaty, and you're dealing with an opponent of equal strength, they'll probably be training Vills faster than Cyber Ranger is. Because here's the thing. Great Warrior works a lot like Spies and Blockade, because the more enemy units the enemy has, the more expensive it is for you to research. So, in order for you to get like a quote-unquote fast Great Warrior, you gotta have a substantially bigger economy than your opponent within a very quick time frame. Because once your opponent reaches a certain level of ills, like 99, the price is going to go up a lot more. But if you can like do it before they say you have like 50 units on the field or something, then it'll be an easy breeze to get, and then you'll slip in. Yeah, no. Whenever I face off in Hector and Game Ranger, I can often boom a lot faster than him just because I'm more experienced with the game than him, since he's kind of rusty at. And what that ends up doing is it ends up causing it so that I can basically get Grey Warrior very early, because the cost for me will be like only like 5k resources, which is very affordable. Whereas someone who's booming out like crazy will, yeah, no. Insane. Oh yeah, so yeah, he's just gonna farm up a ton of food. Does he have any other special cards? Nah, nothing else. Yeah, he's just farming tons of food with hunting. Yeah, yeah. Once he gets like a bajillion. Okay, so he goes with the I think the Ecuadorian age up that gives him silver coin crates, or the Panamanian one, and this will give him I think enough coin to like reach industrial age, and then he'll just have to go to imperial age, right? Yeah, yeah, Nathan's just doing some crazy stuff there, I think, yeah. However, it looks like Cyber Ranger is setting up some military. He's got a forge, and he's got a gunsmith, so he's got the potential to both make firearm units and non-firearm units with the forge, which is really good. Yeah, he's gonna reach industrial age now. He's already got like almost 2k gold, so he's pretty close to imperial age too, for that matter. Very, very interesting. He's going with the Venezuelan captain. I'm trying to think what that gives him. Is that military units? I think that's military units, I believe. Yeah. I don't think it gives him food, right? Yeah, no.
Patrón.
آمادم. چه کار کنم؟ بله. آمادم. چه کار کنم؟
بله.
Joaquin Miranda, the explorer. Oh, he's almost Imperial Age now. Now I sort of see the fast Great Warriors thing. So reaching Great War Age in less than he's gonna reach in like 20 to 25 minutes, right? That's brutal. Reach it that early is crazy. Yeah, Nathan's doing something spicy today, I guess. I wonder if he had this planned. Like, was he thinking this through at the start? Like he was gonna do this to the poor kid? I'm gonna go Great War Age on him and send him out? Wow, crazy. He is getting a lot of Madrasa then, but he shouldn't be getting those red ones until he has enough Mahalas to make good use of them, though. That's one thing he's doing wrong. Alright, so Nathan's just going to acquire a ton of food and gold, and then hit Great Warriors, I'm assuming, yeah, basically. He has a big batch of Independentistas here from his Imperial Age, choice of Colombia, so it's got that. Yeah, Nathan with just his army of 10 Bushateros took out a whole army from Cyber Ranger. That's brutal. He made all sorts of units. He made Genbas, he made the Zamadlis, he made Spearmen, the Chariks, he made Tofangshi. Just 10 Musketeers wiped out that whole army in the Explorer. That's insane, man. That's like a meme. Crazy how that army went out so quick. Brutal. Yeah, tell me about it. How much? See in Great Warage? I didn't even pay it. Yep, I see it. AA improvement. Declared total war. Yep, he's in Great Warage now. So all he needs to do is get some wood, put up a truck, build a supply depot, and depending on what he wants to make, get a bunch more wood, and get even more structures out. Either a field barracks, a machine assembly line, or an airfield, depending on what he's looking for.
Maldito sea el soldado que alce las armas contra su pueblo.
Yeah, this is the building you need for Colombia to make all your ultimate units from all 4 of the member states. The Mendepanistas, the Granada Autarky, the Ramplienas, and then the Canal Police are all made there. I see he's going to be putting his supply depot. Oh, he put it over here. He's got a oil rig down. You should typically build these farther out so that you can put another one somewhere over here. If you build it too close, then it won't let you put a second one, costing you a lot more wood. Yeah, just some general advice for Grey Warrior stuff. You want to set that up a little bit nicer, probably.
Preparada.
¿Qué me ordena? Preparado. Hola. Preparado.
Oh, you gonna get a Zeppelin? That's what I do. I always start with the Zeppelin first just to troll them, and then I make our troops. Yeah, no. Yep. Zeppelin's the way to go, man. Yep, Zeppelins are really good. Very useful unit. Oh, he's got Joshin Potions, though. Yeah, Joshin Potions will beat these. Because they have tons of melee armor. 50% melee armor, actually. They're like Teutonic Knights against melee stuff. Actually, more or less like the Boyars in AoE too, since they're very similar. Or even the Iron Pagoda Cavalry of the Jurchens as well.
کار کنم. بله.
Oh, you can almost afford the Zeppelin. You need like I think 600 oil to afford one. He's gonna get the Zeppelin now, right? Yeah, out of the airfield. Oh, he's gonna try to attack the tanks with artillery, but the tanks are gonna shoot him first. Yep, basically when tanks see artillery, they use their cannons, but if they see regular units, they'll fire their machine guns at them, pretty much, yeah. Here's the mustard gas. Oh, god, yep, he just shot him with the mustard gas. Poison the artillery, too, and now he's gonna roll ahead with his tanks and just finish him off. Brutal. Insane. Yeah, we don't see Great Warriors a lot during casting, so it's always a good thing to see when it's done, basically. Yep, totally. Yeah. Good match. Nice showcase there of Great Warriors. Now, I wouldn't recommend you do that in most cases for Great Warriors. There's actually some better builds, I think, around Mapuche and other ones you can do, but that's certainly a decent one to try, I think. Yeah, so yeah, let's boot up another one and see what we got. I'm going to ping for Wars of Liberty. If nobody wants that, I'm going to ask the arena crowd what they want to do, and then if nothing, we go to Definitive Edition and look for more Budokai and stuff tonight. What do you say, Pilgrim? Is that good? I think so. Yeah. Super Bowl started, I think, like 15 minutes ago, by the way, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the gringos are watching that right now. Yeah. Crazy how you get both the Super Bowl and Streletsy tournament announcement on the same day, right? Yeah, insane, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, well, let me see what's going on with the arena crowd, if they want to do any matches. Yeah, because I'd be up to doing one right now. See if anyone wants it now. Because now's a decent time to do it, probably. Yeah.
Yes.
We got a Juanito Sagdalak here. Very nice. See if we can get anyone else, too. I don't think anyone else is coming. Let me check. I'd be happy to 1v1. I'm totally up for 1v1s if nobody wants in. It's fine with me. I'm fine with 1v1s. Yeah, let's do a 1v1, I guess. Maybe more people will come later if we do a 1v1 now.
حاضر.
كيف نعفى بش أنا طو بالشكل أنا بكما ترغب.
أنا سأفعل. صياد.
نعم. بكما أنا بالشكل الذي يسرك. نعم. فورا. فورا. ما هي بمنتهى السرعة. نعم أنا كما ترغب. على كما ترغب. بكما فورا أنا طوء بنانك.
نعم. صياد.
كيف يمكن أن أقدم بدون كما ترغب. بمنتهى السرعة. على الفور كما ترغب. فورا.
ما صياد.
نعم على الفور. ما هي بدون مزيد من التأخير. كيف نعم. أجل كما أنا طوء. نعم أنا طوء بنانك. أجل يا سيدي. كيف يمكن أن أكمل على الفور؟ ما أنا بالشكل الذي يسرك. كيف كما فعل بمنتهى السرعة على الفور.
نعم سأفعل. حاضر سأفعل ذلك. سأفعل. أنا صياد.
صيادة.
كيف على الفور. نعم. كم أنا طوء بنانك. كم بالشكل الذي يسرك.
أنا ذا صياد. نعم سأفعل. صياد.
ما هي مهمتي؟ كيف نعم؟ أجل يا سيدي. كما ترغب. كيف يمكن أن أقدم خدماتي؟ أجل يا سيدي. أنا طوء بنانك.
مرحبا صياد. عاملة منجم.
كيف كما ترغب. أجل نعم أنا طو كما نعم فورا كما بمنتهى السرعة أجل أنا بالشكل فورا أنا طو أجل يا سيدي نعم استعداد لسماع الأوامر سر
ما هي أوامرك؟
إن على نعم نعم كما ترغب أنا بدون مزيد من التأخير نعم وقت مضاعف تحركوا كيف كما أنا طوء بنانك فورا أجل كم نعم بمنتهى السرعة أنا كما ترغب كما بمنتهى السرعة بدون مزيد من التأخير كما ترغب بمنتهى إنني أتوجس خفية بدون مزيد من التأخير
حاضر.
استعدوا للأمام استعداد لسماع الأوامر مستعدون في انتظار الأوامر لاختراق المعسكر للأمام إعداد القوات للمعركة مستعدون لاختراق المعسكر لاختراق المعسكر للأمام سر اختراق المعسكر للأمام سر اللواء سيدي هجوم استعدوا للمعركة إعداد القوات للمعركة هجوم اللواء للأمام سر استعدوا للمعركة سيدي تحت أمرك للأمام سر للأمام سر سيد للأمام سر
حطابة.
نعم أنا ذاهب حطاب
ما هي أوامرك؟
استعد اختراق المعسكر سيدي انتباه أنا طوء بناني نعم أنا طوء فورا بدون مزيد من التأخير كيف كما ترغب بمنتهى السرعة. أجل سيدي. بدون مزيد من التأخير. بالفور. بدون مزيد من التأخير. سيدي على الفور. تحت أمرك. أنا طوء على فورا بدون مزيد من التأخير. انتظار على بدون منتهى السرعة. فورا. إعداد القوات للمعركة. استعدوا للمعركة. إعداد القوات للمعركة. سيد أعداء في إصدار الأوامر. أجل تحركوا. إنني كما ترغب. سيد الأمام. سر. إعداد القوات للمعركة. الأمام. سر. كما أنا طوء. فورا. إعداد القوات للمعركة. على الفور. إعداد القوات للمعركة. انتظار الأوامر. على الفور. نعم. كما ترغب.
حطابة.
على بدون أجل. أنا طوء.
ما هي أوامر؟ أنا ذاهب. حاضر.
أجل يا سيدي. على الفور. ما هي بالشكل؟ نعم كما ترغب بدون مزيد من التأخير.
نعم.
حاضر صيادة.
كيف؟ بمنتهى السرعة. أنا طوء بمنتهى السرعة. أجل يس بالشكل الفوري. نعم.
أنا مستعد.
صيادة.
كما ترغب بمنتهى السرعة. كيف يمكنني؟ كما ترغب.
نعم أنا ذاهب.
أجل يس بدون مزيد من التأخير. أنا طوء بالشكل الذي يسرك. إنني على الفور بدون مزيد من التأخير. كيف؟ نعم كيف؟ بالشكل بمنتهى السرعة.
ما هي سأفعل ذلك. حاضر. أنا مستعد. أنا ذاهب. صياد.
أجل كما ترغب. على الفور. أنا طوء بنانك بالشكل الذي يسرك. نعم بمنتهى السرعة بالشكل الذي كما ترغب بمنتهى نعم. أنا طوء بناء بالشكل بدون مزيد من كما ترغب. أنا طوء بنانك على الفور. إنني أتوجه. أنا طوء بدون مزيد فورا. أنا طوء بالشكل الذي يسرك. أجل بدون فورا بمنتهى. أنا طوء على الفور. أنا طوء فورا. أنا طوء بدون مزيد فورا بدون مزيد من التأخير. أجل أنا طوء كما ترغب فورا بمنتهى السرعة بالشكل بمنتهى السرعة. إنني أتوجس على الفور كما ترغب بدون مزيد من التأخير. كيف يمكن؟ نعم. أجل بمنتهى السرعة.
نعم، سأفعل ذلك.
ما هي؟ بالشكل. أنا طوء بنانك على الفور بالشكل الذي يسرك.
أنا مستعد. صياد.
فورا بمنتهى السرعة كما ترغب فورا.
أنا مستعدة، سأفعل ذلك.
نعم، أنا ذاهب. صياد.
كيف؟ أنا طوء بناء بالشكل الذي يسرك. أجل بمنتهى السرعة على الفور. كيف؟ فورا. نعم بالشكل الذي. أنا طوء بنانك على الفور بدون مزيد من فورا بدون مزيد من التأخير. ما هي؟ على الفور بالشكل فورا. أنا طوء بدون مزيد من التأخير على الفور. كيف بدون مزيد كما ترغب. أنا طوء بالشكل كما ترغب. أجل على الفور. نعم. كيف بدون. أنا طوء. إنني نعم. كيف؟ أنا طوء كما ترغب بمنتهى السرعة على الفور. أنا طوء بمنتهى السرعة كما ترغب فورا بمنتهى كما ترغب. أنا طوء بناني. هيئة اللواءات تحركوا. ارفعوا. استعدوا للمعركة.
ما هي؟ حط. سأفعل. حاضر، هذا سأفعل ذلك. أنا مستعد. صياد.
أجل بدون مزيد. أنا طوء بناني. كيف يمكن بدون مزيد من التأخير؟ أجل سيدي. نعم سيدي. إلى الأمام سر. ما هي مهمتي؟ بمنتهى السرعة. أجل نعم بدون مزيد. أنا طوء بنانك. كيف يمكن أن أقد بدون مزيد من التأخير؟
أنا مستعد. صيادة.
أجلي على الفور بدون مزيد على الفور. أجلي بدون على الفور بدون مزيد. ما هي؟ بمنتهى بدون مزيد على الفور فورا. كيف يمكن أن أجل يا سيدي؟ نعم كما ترى بمنتهى. نعم بالشكل بمنتهى السرعة بالشكل الذي يسرك. سيدي للأمام 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 سر. كيف فورا.
عاملة منجم.
نعم. حطاب.
اختراق المعسكر. مستعدون في انتظار الأوامر. سر.
أنا حاضر. نعم. عامل منجم.
نعم. على أنا طوع بنالك. بفور كما بدون مزيد بمنتهى السرعة. أجل بدون ماهي. نعم. أجل كما ترى. كيف على الفور. نعم. أنا فورا. اللواء وهيئة الأركان في المعركة. أجل يا سيدي كما ترى. بدون مزيد من التأخير. ما هي مهمة؟ استعداد القوات. نعم. بكما نعم. اللواء وهيئة. أنا بمنتهى السرعة. سيدي تحت أمرك. لاختراق المعسكر. كيف يمكن أن أقدم خدماتي؟
ما هي حطاب؟
بدون على الفور. كيف بالشكل بمنتهى السرعة. أنا طوع فورا. أجلي بمنتهى السرعة على الفور. إنني بدون مزيد من كما ترغب بالشكل. أجلي على الفور. نعم. إنني بالشكل بمنتهى كيف يمكن أنا طوع بمنتهى السرعة. ما هي بالشكل الذي أجل يا سيدي. إنني أتواجد. أجل يا سيدي. نعم كما ترغب. سعيد للأمام. سيدي سر. اختراق للأمام. للأمام. هجوم. إطلاق النار عند الحاجة. سعيد سيدي. هجوم. الآن. إطلاق النار عند الحاجة. سيدي. أجل سيدي. إطلاق النار عند أجل سيدي. حدد أهداف. أنت حدد أهداف للأمام. سر. طاعة الأوامر. كيف يمكن فورا بمنتهى على الفور.
صيادة.
نعم.
حاضر حاضر، أنا ذاهبة.
حطاب. ما هي أوامرك؟ حطاب. أنا ذاهب.
مستعدون في انتظار الأوامر. كيف يمكن أن أقدم خدمات بمنتهى السرعة؟ سيدي.
نعم. صياد.
أنا ذاهبة. صيادة.
ما هي أوامر؟ صياد. أنا مستعد. أنا ذاهب.
على فورا. أجل سيدي.
سأفعل
سيدي
ذلك.
تحت أمرك. نعم بدون كما نعم بمنتهى بالشكل بدون بالشكل الذي كيف نعم. إنني أتوجس. سيدي حدد أهداف. سيدي إطلاق حدد أهدافك. كما بالشكل الذي سيدي بالشكل الذي على الفور. أنا طوع مائيا. أنا طوع بالشكل الذي أنا أطلق أهداف. إطلاق الطارئ عند الحاجة. قوات المعركة. أجل أطلق أهداف. أطلق طاعة الأوامر. استعداد طاعة. أجل سيدي. أجل أطلق أهداف. هجوم هجوم. أنا بشتم فورا سيدي.
Yippee! I got a working sync file with the Bedouin out of sync. Very good. Very, very good indeed. That's very nice because now the devs will sort of have a working example of the Bedouin slash Nomad causing out of syncs to see what's causing that. That's very good actually because now hopefully we can get this resolved before we actually run the tournament event. Even though I announced it today, I'm willing to keep the signups open until they get this out of sync stuff possibly resolved because last thing we need is people to play the Millis if they're the preferred ones. They have the special privileges on them, and then they start getting crashes left and right when they try to engage in battle with the Nomads. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It's very weird, because the textures should be fine, because I don't think we've had those... Wait a second. Didn't we used to have out of sync errors with Egypt back in the day with the Bedouins, the range ones? I think we did. I thought people called Egypt like an OOS sieve or something. Yeah, that's right. They did call them an OOS. That's right. They did call them an OOS sync sieve. So I wonder if that's tied to this in any sort of way. I don't know. Then why? Well, that's the thing. The Uzbek one, the Uzbek and the Saudi sieves are the ones that crash the most, right? So, what did the Uzbeks get? They get the Kurgs Nomad, which is another camel-mounted Nomad that was probably based off of the one that the Saudis have, right? So maybe that Egyptian Bedouin bug thing transferred into both Saudis and ultimately Uzbeks because they have a very similar unit. Possible. Because we don't... I think we do see... But we do see crashes with the Persians and Afghans, but they're very rare. They're very rare. They never happen usually. Yeah, that's the weird thing. It seems like they happen the most with Saudis and Uzbeks for some reason, but yeah. That one didn't happen for a while though. That's what makes it so weird. It's really hard to figure out because basically yeah, no, that's really difficult to comprehend that one because the first game had happened so soon, and then that one had happened after a while, right? I was sieging his fort, I was taking out multiple villas, and then it decided, boop, crash like that. That was really weird. Yeah, hopefully the devs will be able to fix that one now that we got a working sync file with the crash occurring. Yeah. It wasn't a long game, too, so I don't think they'll have to look deep through the file at all on that one. Because I think once they figure out one of them, they'll probably be able to... I think it's even... I might not... It might not even be an art error with the... Yeah, it's got to be some logic error or something. That's why I'm assuming. Because maybe the aura's trying to fan an enemy's sheep or... That might be it. I don't know. Because if that's the case, then they might have to scrap the unit and rework it or something. I don't know. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Because I think they had a similar thing for King's Return for that other mod. But for them, I think they did it differently where the sheep would like go up against the nomad to fan from them instead of, you know, doing that. So, yeah. They might have to do something more similar to that then if that's happening. If it's some sort of logic error where the ore can't go near an enemy herdable or something. Yeah, I don't know. That's just a theory that just came off the top of my head. I was thinking, like, what would possibly cause a logic error? Maybe the ore doesn't know if you have an enemy animal near it, if it's allowed to fatten near the structure there. Would be an interesting experiment, yeah. Because if that's the case, then they probably have to rework the way that the Bedouins and the nomads work all together so that the animal actually has to physically go up to the nomad and literally bite him or something. I don't know. Literally put food on them so they'll fatten up or whatever. Yeah. So I think I've seen other mods to do that before. That might be it. Kind of like how also how Age of the World does it, right? Because that's how Age of the World did with the Armenians, remember, too, with the mule carts. Right, yeah. The sheep, it can build sheep and the sheep can fan from it, but the sheep have to be right up against the wagon. They can't just use the magical ore to do it. They have to be, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of that. Like, that might be it. Because the models look perfectly fine. Doesn't look like those would bug at all. So it's either some lingering thing from the days of the Egypt. Yeah, but then it's destroyed by the theory that some of the dismounted nomads crashed the game too. So yeah, has to be something with the herdable ore or something. But yeah, we should hopefully try to get this fixed before we actually start running matches in a tournament event. Because people get really flustered trying to do best out of 5 series and it crashes like that. Gotta make sure it's kosher as a cucumber. So if people want to like play Middle East, they won't be discouraged from it. Because while I do love the other civs in the mod, and hopefully we get a lot of those games as well, I would like to see a lot of Middle East gameplay, and that's why I gave people the option to play them twice in a series and not be able to ban them at all. You can't ban people from playing Saudi, Afghan, and Uzbek. So if they're like pros, if you're a pro at those civs, you will get to use those civs twice. Yeah. Well, actually, you could play all Middle East civs you want. Like, you could play Saudis 2 times, you could go Afghans 2 times, and then, well, here's the thing. If you win 3 games, right? In order to win 3 games, you have to, you'd get to, like, win with 2 times the Saudis, and they'd be play, like, Afghans or Uzbeks or something. I don't know. So, yeah, you could totally go around playing other cultures if you really master these Middle East ones very good. And that's kind of the idea. Is that Middle East fans will be able to play their preferred Middle East civ twice, and then maybe have to do a second one for the 3rd win. Maybe. Yeah. That's pretty fair. I kind of wanted to let everybody play the Middle East civ they wanted to every game. But yeah, no. Nathan made the point that might get a little sketchy if somebody finds a really wacky build that's troublesome. Because then they'll just breeze through every series like nothing. So, plus it forces them to sort of learn different builds as well with other ME civs. Because I would say overall, they're all very, very unique in the way they work, right? Uzbeks because of their whole herdable logic thingy, as well as having so many citadels. Saudis because of the whole caravan idea. Afghans because of their turtle capabilities and their super sniper units. And then Persians because of their very economic madrasa focus. As well as, you know, having extra royal courtier options and stuff. Yeah, no, they did a good job with making the ME civs all feel fresh and stuff. Definitely. Yeah. I don't see anyone coming to this Wars of Liberty match, so I decided to boot up the 5th edition. See if we can get some Budokai lobbies, yeah. Because we started the stream around, what, 11:40, right? 11:40 or so? Yeah. So, I mean, we could run this stream for like another 4.5 hours, yeah. Then I'll do another Star Wars one for you again with HVV Chaos, because the last night was a good night. we had like very little lag and crashing issues with Dreadnought's server last night. So he got his internet fixed, I think, which is good. Because in the previous nights we've had a lot of crashing issues on there. Last night was a really solid one. Yeah. Are you streaming Age Mythology Retold Tuesday? What's next week? Yeah. Oh wait, my little keyboard thing is crashing out. Let me close that up and then let's wait for it to reload. There we go. All right. Next week, correct? Yeah, I don't think it's this week, right? I think it's coming out. Yeah, I don't think it's this week. I think it's coming out on what's today? The 8th. It's coming out on the 17th, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's not coming out on the 10th. I'd be pretty shocked if they came out with it early. Yeah, 17th. Yeah, the 17th. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I will play Demeter. I don't know if we'll do any of that mission stuff, but we'll definitely play Demeter and figure her out and stuff. I mean, it'll get kind of crazy doing the same minor god. Not minor god, major god for Greece that many times. But Greece is a very consistent culture, a very easy one, so it shouldn't be too painful. We'll have to compare her to Divine Edition, because Divine Edition is the first Age of Mythology rendition that did Demeter as a major god, and she was pretty OP, because basically every time you built a town center, she would spawn like 4 farms around the TC, so that you would save like almost like 300 wood, which is brutal in an Age of Mythology game. That's a lot of wood to save. And she would just have like an automatically good farm economy from the get-go. Plus all her myth units were pretty good as well. She had the Harpy and a few other ones, which I think we're seeing the same case over here too. Oh, really? She's available on the 10th? Oh, wow. Oh. Didn't know. Didn't know. Then yeah. It's Demeter Day. I guess we're having Demeter Day this week. Okay. I thought it was the 17th. Maybe they got their stuff together and got out a week early. I like that. It's pretty good. I like that quite a bit. I want to get my map done by the 10th. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's totally a good idea. Looks like Diesel now, so we'll just close out Wars Liberty then and move over to there. Sounds good. Alright, let's do that. Very good. Okay. Hopefully we get some good lobbies tonight here. That'd be great. I'd love to get some good lobbies tonight on this. If I get Budokai tonight, I'll be super happy as a clam. If we get some risk in our free-for-alls too, that's fine. So what we got? We got free-for-all in England. I think the free-for-all in England is probably the best way. We also got a free-for-all in Black Forest Nothing. That I prefer. So I'm just going to go for that one probably. Gives me a bit of time to build a deck that I want to. Yeah. What would be a good civ to do today for Black Forest Nothing, you think? We've done a lot of Incas lately, but it's kind of gone wayside. What are some good options for us? I don't know. There's so many cool options for Black Forest Nothing. I did Chinese before. It wasn't that good. At least I don't think it was. Why don't we try Japan? I think Japan can be good, right? Yeah, let's do Japan. Hop on Aces. Also, we want all the daimyos, right? So yeah, let's do something with that maybe. Shouldn't I get all my daimyos out of this though to make it good? Yeah. So what would we replace here? I think we get rid of this. We get one daimyo here. And then we get our H3 one, right? Yeah. Daimyo Kiyomasa. Yep. Oh, we have to get rid of one of these. Yep. Alright. We'll just do that then. And then we can... That's true. Then we just... get this back.
I believe that makes me your daddy.
Trying to see what else we could get, possibly. Can't get anything else in that age, right? Nope. Nope. And we just get food styles, right? Food styles is just gonna be better, correct? Yeah. Once we want to get exotic hardwoods because we need wood chopping. Yeah, I might do that. Because that way we can put the shrines on something else. That might be good. Yeah. Yeah, let's do Japan. Because from when I saw, when I faced Japan before, they are actually pretty good at this mode. Also, did they get engineering school? I think they don't, right? No, they don't. They don't. Alright. So I don't need that. Okay, that's good. I was thinking about that. I was like, do I need engineering school for this whole thing? Actually, should I just get... Wait a second. Shouldn't I be getting, HP on the Naganas? Yeah, that's right. Because Naganas are really tanky here. So I should probably get the Nagis up, I think, probably. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's absolutely right. Didn't think about that at all. So I'm ready now. We just gotta wait on Red and whoever the startup. Yeah. So what we got? We got an Ethiopia, 2 Mexicos, an India, USA, Spain, and US. Yeah. 2 USAs, 2 Mexicos, an Indian. Yeah, that should be fine. I think this is my first time. Well, I've done Japan on Black Force Nothing before, but I haven't quite did with this deck setup, so I'm hoping that it's going to go mostly good. Yeah, it should. Especially since we have more durable cav this time. Plus we got all our daimyos. I'm going to put the shogunate in the back, so we can call out the daimyos again once they croak, so we don't have to worry about that at least. Yeah. Should definitely be in much better shape this time with the whole build, I'm thinking.
立てるんだね。わかりました。 きます。立てるんだね。何？わかりました。はい、行きます。
いいよ。わかりました。
そちらへ行こう。承知した。なんだな。はい。
要件は来ます。木材だね。
なんなりと。そちらへ行こう。武器になんじゃなんなりそちらへ行こ
う。いいよ。食料だね。
承知した。ようかな。なんじゃな。そちらへ行こう。承知した。そちらへ行こう。そちらへ行こう。
いいよ。わかりました。よし。わかりました。
何？
よい。いざ。
読んだ？立てるんだね。
よう承知した。そちらへ行こう。承知。そちらへ行こう。なし。そちらへ行こう。承知した。そちらへ。なんじゃな。
要件はいいよ。わかります。 何わかったよ。立てるんだね。
よいに仰せのといざ。
なんな承知した。そちらへ攻撃じゃ。
ご命令仰せの通りに。
なんようかな。承知した。そちらへ行こう。承知した。そちらへ行こう。
読んだ。要件は立てるんだね。立てるんだね。立てるんだね。いいよ、わかりました。読んだ。行きます。わかったよ。
なん承知した。そちらへ行こう。はい。
直ちに仰せの通り。
そちらへ行こ
何？木材だね。
う。なんようかな。承知した。なんなりと。ようか。武器に。
読んだ。立てるんだね。
そちらへ行こう。
いざ仰せの通り。
なんじゃな。
読んだかい？立てるんだね。立てるんだね。
要件は立てるんだね。
juist.
なんなりと承知した。そちらへ行こ
う。Klein. Ik ga. Commando? Ja, ja. Oké, ik ga.
要件は
読んだ木材だね。
ただ仰せの通り。
木材だね。
Ja, ja, juist. Ja, juist.良いな。ただ仰せの通りにご命令を。
なんだ要件は
来ます。よし。
いいよ。わかりました。なんだはい。なんだかい行きます。要件ははい。いいよ。行きます。なんだわかりました。いいよ。行きます。なんだいいよ。なんだ食料だね。
よい。直ちに。
なんじゃ承知した。
いいよ。食料だね。食料だね。食料だね。要件は食料だね。
要件は食料だね。
ご命令を仰せの通り。
なんだ木材だね。
良い命令を。いざ。はっ、直ちに命令を。はっ、よい。はっ、命令を。はっ、はっ、頑張れよ。よーい。じゃ、仰せの通り。
読んだかい？わかりました。要件は行きます。はい。
要件はわかりました。行きます。はい。
読んだかい？要件はわかりました。読んだかい？
よし。
要件はわかりました。稲作だね。
いいよ。何？若い。立てるんだね。なんだ？木材だね。
いいよ。要件は出るんだね。いいよ。行きます。木材だね。なんだ？稲作だね。
なんな、うん。ようかな、承知した。
要件は立てるんだね。立てるんだね。立てるんだね。
要件は木材だね。いいよ、わかりました。建てるんだね。呼んだかい？建てるんだね。
何？木材だね。
いいよ。
読んだ？木材だね。木材だね。何？建てるんだね。
よく承知した。なんな、そちら承知した。うん。
わかりました。建てるんだね。
なんだ？建てるんだね。建てるんだね。
木材だね。何？立てるんだね。
容易に。 ご命令を。いいよ。
読んだ。
はたらいざ直ちに仰せの通り直ちにいざ仰せの通りにいやたらいざ仰せの通りに直ち仰せいざいや仰せの通りに直ちに行くいざよいおめれよいざ直ちいざいざ仰せいざ仰せ直ちに
なんだ。よし、わかりました。立てるんだね。立てるんだね。
命令を
要件行きま。分かったよ。立てるんだね。何？立てるんだね。
なんなんそしょようかそふそしょそちらへなんなりと不承そ承知しそちらへ行こ
はい、すぐにかかります。
う承知した
容易にいざは
なんな
用意
りようか
命令はははい、了解しました。
なんなり
お、ただいざただいざ直ちに
容易にはらいざはらいざ
命令を。いざ仰せの直ちに直ちにいざ直ちにはっよいご命令を。容易に仰せの通りに
容易に
ご命令を。いざ直ちに直ちに
ご命令を
ご命令を。 おいざ仰せのいざはいお命令仰せの通りに
御意にご命令を仰せの通りいざ仰せの通りに
ご命令を
御意にただいざ
御意にただ仰せいざ直ちにいざ
ご命令を
御意très bien. Oui, très bien. Oui, très bien.
御意に
お直ちに
ご命令仰せの通りに直ちに
はいje le fais oui très bien votre ordre
御意に仰せいざ行か
承知した。そちらへ行こう。ようかな。
呼んだか不在
承知した。そちらへ行こう。なんなりと。そちらへ行こ
う。よい仰せの直ちにいざ仰せのといざおめいざ
いいえ木材だね
そちらへ行く。承知した。そちらへ行こう。
要件はよし、立てるんだね。
お、直ちに仰せの通り、直ちにいざ、直ちに
止めやれよ。
承知。そちらへ攻撃じゃ。武器に武器に攻撃じゃ。攻撃なんなりよ。そちら武器にはい。
直ちに戦じゃ。よいのさや。
そこ
の幸によい直ちいざ直ちに
は
ご命令を
ご命令をいやご命令をいや
承知した承知した うん。
ごめん、直ちにいざ。
なんなりと、承知した。よう、うん。
読んだ？行きはい。勝てるんだね、勝てるんだね、勝てるんだね、勝てるんだね、勝てるんだね、勝てるんだね、勝てるんだね、勝てるんだね。
なんなりと、うん。そちらへ行こう。なんなりと。なんじゃな。
いいよ、木材だね。
ようかな。
てるんだね。
なん
読んだ？わかったよ。勝てるんだね。何？行きます。勝てるんだね。勝てるんだね。勝てるんだね。
なんじゃな、承知した。なんなりと。
Oui.
ようか、そちらへ行こう。なん
要件は？勝てるんだね。勝てるんだね。勝てるんだね。
なんそちらへ行こう。なん承知した。
御意に。
いいよ。はい。立てるんだね。立てるんだ、立てるんだね。
なんなそちら承知したそちらへ行こう
Je le ferai très bien. Je le ferai très bien.
仰せの友達にいざ
なん承知そちらへ
ごめれよ。
直ちにいざ仰せの通りに直ちに仰せの通りに
Oui, oui. Très bien. Oui. いざ直ちに。仰せの直ちにいざ。仰せの直ちにいざ。直ちにいざ。仰せのいざ。直ちに仰せの通りに。
要件は立てるんだね。
ただ仰せの通り。
Très bien.
よい、いざ仰せの通り。ご命令を。よい、ただいざ仰せの通り。ご命令ただ仰せの通り。
Votre ordre.
よい、いざ仰せのやはっいざ戦じゃいざやはっなんだ。要件はよし。ただ戦じゃ仰せの通り。よい、ただいざご命令をは直ちに。いや戦じゃよい、いざただいざ直ちに。いざ
なんだお武器に
直ちに戦や
いいよ分かきます勝てるんだね読んだ勝てるんだね
かりました。立てるんだね。
仏様のご加護のおかげじゃ。
直ち
だね。
仏様のご加護のおかげじゃ。
御意に仰せの通りに。
ごめん、ただ仰せただちに。仰せの通り。
よ、仰せたちに。
おい。命令を直ちに。御意。
せの直ちにいざ立ち寄れ命令を命令を
仰せの通り、ただ仰せの通り、戦いかんご命令を仰せの仰せの通り、直ちに戦い。
ちに
なんじそちらへ行こうそちらへ行こうそちらへ行こ様のご加護のおかげじゃ
いざ行か
なんじそちらへ行く
よいに命令をよいにいざ行か命令やよいに
攻撃じゃ
よいにいざ行か命令を
仏様のご加護のおかげじゃ
いざ行かいざ行かいざじゃよいいざ行か命令をさらおいざ
はい
いざ仰せのとおり仰せのと
そちらへ行こうなしはいそちらへ行く攻撃じゃ
仰せの通りにいざ
何はいわかりましたわかりました
あといざあと
命令を
はいはいはい攻撃じゃはい攻撃じゃなんじゃなよそちらへ行こう攻撃じゃ武器に攻撃じゃなんなるとよそちらなんじゃ承知したはいなんそちはいなん攻撃じゃ
仰せの通りに
武器に 様のご加護のおかげじゃな。承知した。そちらに攻撃。はいはいなんなりと。
要件は、はい、立てるんだね。何？
なんじゃな。承知した。そちら承知。 ようかな。承知した。そちらへ行こう。承知した。なんなり承知した。
御意にご命令を。いざ行かん。御意にいや行く。いざ行かん。ご命令を。申す。いやご命令を。いざ行かん。いざ行かん。御意ご命令を。申す。いざ行かん。いやいざ
なんじゃな。
行く。いや行くさじゃ。御意に行くさじゃ。命令を申す。いやいざ行かん。いざ行かん。ご命令を。行くさじゃ。よい王様。いざ王様。仰せの通りに。いざ。
なん攻撃じゃ。そちらへ行く。承知した。そちらへ行こう。
ご命令を。
はい。はい。
直ち。
勝てるんだね。
いいよ。木
木
材。
材だね。
仰せの形。
ご命令を。よい仰せの通り。行くさじゃ。
攻撃じゃ。仏様のご加護のおかげじゃ。攻撃じゃ。
いざ行かん。いやよいに。 仰せのと直ちに仰せの通りに無料いざ行く王様いざ
木材だ。
仏様のご加護のおかげじゃ。
Ready. Imena so. Igual. Imena. Yes.
良いにいざ仰せの通りにいざ直ちに
Sim, vou executar. Vou fazer.
ご命令をいざ直ちにいざ仰せのいざ
Prepara-se. Vou fazer.
仰せいざ
Sim, vou fazer. Vou fazer.
ご命令仰せ直ちに
Prepara-se. Vou fazer. Vou fazer.
Vou atacar. Sim, à luta. Prepara-se. Sim. Vou sim. Vou à luta. Sim. Qual é essa? Vou atacar. Qual é sim. Sim, vou atacar. Vou sim. Vou fazer. Vou escutar. Qual é sim, vou fazer. Vou escutar. À luta. Sim, vou escutar. Sim, vou atacar. Sim, à luta. Sim, vou fazer. Prepara-se, vou sim. Qual é a sua ordem? Preparar. Vou atacar. Sim, vou fazer. Sim. Sim, vou fazer. Vou à luta. Sim, vou fazer. Sim, vou executar. Vou fazer. Vou atacar. Sim, vou fazer. Sim, vou fazer. À luta. Sim, à luta. Qual é a sua? Vou executar. Sim, vou executar. Sim, vou sim. Qual é? Vou sim. Sim. Prepara. Vou executar. Vou fazer. À luta. À luta. Sim, à luta. Prepara. Vou executar. Qual é? Sim, vou fazer. Prepara-se, vou executar. Sim, vou fazer. Prepara-se, vou executar. Sim, vou executar. Qual é a sua? Sim, vou executar. À luta. Preparar. Sim, à luta. Qual é? Vou sim. Sim, vou executar. Sim, vou fazer. Vou executar. Preparar. Sim, preparar. Sim, vou fazer. Preparar. Sim, sim. Sim, qual é? Vou executar. Sim, vou fazer. Vou executar. Qual é? Sim, vou executar. Sim, vou fazer. Sim, vou atacar. Vou fazer. Qual é esse? Vou atacar. Sim. Vou executar. Sim. À luta. Vou atacar. Qual é esse? Vou executar. Sim. Qual é esse? Vou atacar. Sim. Vou fazer. Vou fazer. Qual é esse? Sim. Vou fazer. Prepara. Vou fazer. Sim. Vou fazer. Prepara. Sim. Vou executar. Qual é? Vou fazer. Vou executar. À luta. Sim. Vou executar. Vou executar. Sim. Qual é? Vou fazer. Sim. Vou fazer. Vou executar. Qual é? Sim. Sim. Qual é? Vou fazer. Sim. Preparar. Vou até sim. Vou executar. Preparar. Vou fazer. Sim. Preparar. Sim. Qual é? Vou fazer. Sim. Vou executar. Sim.
Marsch! Verfluchtes Anfall!
Preparar. Vou sim.
Den Strid! Marsch!
Befehl, Marsch! Ja, Marsch! Redo, ska ske! Ja, Marsch! Ska ske! Marsch, ska ske! Ja, Marsch! Redo, ska ja, Marsch! Ja, ja, Marsch! Redo, ja, Marsch! Ja, ska Marsch! Marsch! Ja, ich ska Marsch! Ich ska ske! Marsch, ska ske! Ja, Marsch! Ja, Marsch! Ich ska ja, Marsch! Befehl, ja, Marsch! Ska Marsch! Ja! Ich befehl, ja, Marsch, ska ske! Ska Marsch, ja! Befehl, ska ske! Ja, Marsch! Ska ske! Ska Marsch, ska Marsch, ska Marsch! Ja, Marsch, ska ske! Marsch, ja, ska Marsch! Ska ja, Marsch! Ska Marsch! Ska ja, Marsch! Ska ja, Marsch! Ja, ska ske! Anfall! Befehl, ja, ska Marsch, ska Marsch! Redo? Ich weiß Ska ske, Marsch! Ja! Redo? Marsch! Ers Majestät? Ska ske, ja! Marsch! Ska ske, ja! Redo till strid! Befehl, Marsch, ska ske! Redo för anfall! Ers Marsch, Marsch, ska Marsch, fosterlandet! Ja, Marsch, ja, Marsch! Redo, ja, till strid! Redo, Marsch! Befehl, ska ske! Ers ska, ja, Marsch! Redo, ska, ja! Ers Majestät, ska ske! Befehl, Marsch, ska, ja! Ska, anfall! Redo, ska ske! Ska, ja! Marsch! Ska ske! Marsch, ska ske! Ska, marsch, ja! Marsch, ska ske! Marsch, marsch! Anders, ja! För fosterlandet! Ska, ja, ska ske! Ja, marsch, ska ske! Ers Majestät, till ska fosterlandet! Redo, marsch! Anders, befehl! För anfall! Befehl, ja! Ja, marsch! Ska ske! Till strid! Redo, ers, ja, marsch! Marsch! Ska marsch! Ska, ja, marsch! Ska, ja! Redo, marsch! Ja, marsch! Marsch! Ander fosterlandet! Ers Majestät, ska ske! Redo! Ers marsch! Ska ske! Befehl! Till strid! Redo! Marsch, ska ske, ja! Redo, marsch, ska ske, ja, ska ske, ja, marsch, ska ske! Marsch, ja, ska, ja, marsch, ska, ja, marsch, ja, marsch! Anfall, ja! Tills anfall! Fosterlandet, för fosterlandet! Marsch, ska ske, för fosterlandet! Redo, marsch, ska marsch! Ers Majestät! Redo, ja, ska ske, till strid! Marsch, ska ske! Ja! Marsch, till strid! Ska ske! Marsch, ska, ja! Ska ske! Ska, ja, marsch! Ers Majestät!
erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Der Angriff. Der Angriff. Ja, wird verstehen. Jawohl. Ja, wird jawohl. Wird erledigt. Ja, wird jawohl. Jawohl, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Jawohl. Auftrag. Bereit. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, bereit. Bereit, wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Auftrag, verstanden. Bereit, jawohl, wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Jawohl, ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl. Auftrag, jawohl, verstanden.
jawohl, verstanden, ja, wird verstanden, bereit, ja, wird erledigt, ja, auf, ja, verstanden, wird, jawohl, Auftrag, wird erledigt, bereit, Auftrag wird, jawohl, ja, wird erledigt, ja, verstanden, ja, wird erledigt, bereit, ja, wird erledigt, ja, verstanden, wird, ja, jawohl, wird verstanden, bereit, Auftrag, jawohl, ja, ja, Auftrag wird erledigt, jawohl, Auftrag, Kampf, ja, ja, wird, jawohl, Auftrag, wird erledigt, ja, ja, wird erledigt, Kampf, ja, wird erledigt, Kampf, ja, wird erledigt, jawohl, wird verstanden, jawohl, bereit, wird erledigt. Bereit. Ja, verstanden. Ja. Jawohl. Wird verstanden. Jawohl. Bereit. Jawohl. Versteht. Jawohl. Jawohl. Versteht. Jawohl. Versteht. Ja, wird verliebt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Verstanden. Ja, wird ja, verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Ja, wird verliebt. Versteht. Ja, verstanden. Jawohl. Wird versteht. Jawohl. Verstanden. Verstanden. Jawohl. Wird jawohl. Verstanden. Wird versteht. Jawohl. Wird jawohl. Versteht. Verliebt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird verstanden. Jawohl. Ja, wird verstanden. Ja, wird verliebt. Jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, verstanden. Wird verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Ja, wird verliebt. Ja, wird verstanden. Jawohl, wird jawohl, verstanden. Ja, wird jawohl. Ja, wird jawohl. Jawohl, wird jawohl, verstanden. Wird jawohl, verliebt. Jawohl, verstanden. Wird jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, Auftrag. Ja, wird erledigt. Ja, wo verstanden? Jawohl, wird verstanden. Wird verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Ja, wird erledigt. Ja, fest. Jawohl, jawohl, wird verstanden. Ja, fest. Jawohl, wird jawohl. Wird jawohl verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Ja, ja, verstanden. Ja, wird jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Wird verstanden. Ja, wir angehen. Jawohl. Ja, bereit. Ja, Auftrag. Verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Bereit, verstanden. Jawohl, ja. Jawohl. Bereit, erledigt. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird verstanden. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja, wird erledigt. Wird erledigt. Jawohl, ja, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. 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 Ja, wird erledigt.
non importunare la mia leggiadra fanciulla.
Jawohl, jawohl, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden. Wird verstanden. Ja, wird verstanden. Jawohl. Bereit, wird erledigt. Auf jawohl, jawohl. Innen, jawohl. Ja, wird verstanden. Angriff wird erledigt. Ja, jawohl. Bereit, verstanden. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Bereit. Jawohl. bereit. Ja, wird, ja, versteht, erledigt. Ja, verstanden. Auftrag. Wird, ja, verstanden. Auftrag. Ja, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Jawohl. Auftrag. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja. Verstanden. Auftrag. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Jawohl. Auftrag. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Ja. Jawohl. Bereit. Jawohl. Verstanden. Angriff. Ja. Bereit. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. In den Kampf. Jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Verstanden, wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden, wird erledigt. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Ja, jawohl, wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, verstanden. Jawohl, verstanden. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl, bereit. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Angriff. Ja, verstanden. In den Kampf. Jawohl, jawohl. Verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden. Bereit. Wird erledigt. In den Kampf. Jawohl. Auftrag verstanden. Ja, bereit. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Ja, verstanden. Angriff. In den Kampf. Bereit, jawohl. Jawohl, ja. Wird erledigt. Bereit, jawohl. Auftrag verstanden. Jawohl, verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Angriff. Bereit. Jawohl. Jawohl. Auftrag. Angriff. Ja. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Auftrag. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Bereit. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Ja. Jawohl. Ja. Verstanden. Bereit. Auftrag. Jawohl. Auftrag. Bereit. Jawohl. Auftrag. Verstanden. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Jawohl. In den Kampf. Wird erledigt. Ja. Jawohl. Verstanden, wird erledigt. Verstanden, jawohl. Verstanden. Jawohl, in den Kampf. Bereit, wird erledigt. Auftrag. Jawohl. Angriff. Jawohl, in den Kampf. Bereit, verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Bereit. Verstanden. Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl. Ja, wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl, bereit. Verstanden, wird erledigt. Ja. Jawohl, verstanden, wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden, jawohl. Verstanden, wird erledigt. Jawohl, verstanden, jawohl. Verstanden. Auftrag. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. In den Kampf. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Ja. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Verstanden. Bereit. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Auftrag verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Bereit. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja, jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Jawohl.
Votre ordre, je le... Oui, je le ferai. Oui, je le ferai. Oui, je le ferai. Oui, oui, je le... Oui, très bien, je le ferai. Prêt. Oui, très bien. Oui, très bien, je le ferai. Oui, je le ferai. Très bien, très bien. Oui, je le ferai. Oui, je le ferai. Très bien. Je le ferai. À l'attaque. Oui, je le ferai. Oui, je le ferai. Oui, très bien. Oui, très bien.
Bereich wird erledigt. Auftrag. Wird erledigt. Wird erledigt.
Votre ordre. Oui, très bien, oui.
Ja, wird erledigt. Verstanden. Jawohl, jawohl. Bereit. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird erledigt.
Oui, oui. Faut très bien, je le ferai.
Jawohl. Ja, in den Kampf. Bereit.
Prêt. Oui, je le ferai. Prêt. Oui, très bien, je le... Oui, très bien.
Si, lo voy a hacerlo.
Wird verstanden.
Votre ordre. Oui, je le... Oui. Prêt. Oui, très bien, très bien. Je le... Oui.
Ja, wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden.
Votre ordre. Très bien. Oui. Très bien. Oui. Je le... Très bien. Oui. Oui. Je le... Oui. 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 Très bien, je le ferai. Je le ferai. Oui, très bien. Oui. Je le... Oui. Je le... Oui. Oui. Votre ordre. Je le... Oui. Votre ordre. Oui, je le ferai. Très bien, oui, je le ferai. Oui, très bien. Oui, très bien.
Jawohl. Jawohl.
Oui, très bien. À l'attaque. Oui.
Wird verstanden. Jawohl.
Prêt.
Wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden. Wird verstanden. Wird jawohl. Wird erledigt. Ja, bereit. Ja, bereit. Jawohl. Jawohl. Verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Ja. Jawohl. Auftrag. Bereit. Wird verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Auftrag. Bereit. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden. Wird jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. In den Kampf. Jawohl. In den Kampf. Jawohl, wird erledigt. Verstanden. Ja, verstanden. Jawohl.
Zadachi ni.
Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl. Wird verstanden. Jawohl.
Zadachi ni. の通りに
Bereit. Wird erledigt. Auftrag. Ja, wird. Jawohl.
良い。オズの通りに。ただ。いざ。
Ja, wird. Jawohl.
オズ直ちに。
Char à l'attaque.
Wird verstanden. Wird verstanden.
オズラチ。オズ戦じゃ。ただ。オズラチに。
Auf. Jawohl.
Oui, très bien. Oui.
Ja, wird erledigt. Ja, wird verstanden. Bereit. Wird. Jawohl. Auftrag. Wird erledigt. Ja, wird erledigt. Bereit. Ja, verstanden.
オズラチに。オズのラチ。オズの通りに。オズの通りに。
Ja, verstanden. Auf bereit. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Auf verstanden. Bereit. Wird verstanden. Wird jawohl. Wird jawohl. Verstanden. Wird jawohl. Bereit. Wird jawohl. Verstanden. Angriff. Ja, wird erledigt. Ja, verstanden.
Ha. Major Raum.
Bereit. Wird jawohl. Wird verstanden.
オズの通りに。 良いに。オズの通りに。
Auftrag wird erledigt. Jawohl. Bereit. Verstanden. verstanden. Jawohl, ja. Auf Vers... Jawohl. Jawohl. Ja, Vers wird erledigt. In den Jawohl. Ja, wird erledigt. In den Kampf. Vers wird erledigt. Jawohl. In den Jawohl. Auf Verstanden. Ja, verstanden.
Nunca sacas al
Ja, Vers wird erledigt. Verstanden. Ja, wird verstanden. Wird erledigt. Ja, wird verstanden. Wird erledigt. Weiter wird erledigt. Wird verstanden. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. In der Ruhe. Wird verstanden. Wird erledigt. Weiter. Auftrag.
That was a good Buikai there. Absolutely clapped them. Yeah. So looks like now we're 11 hours and 35 minutes into the stream. I don't think we'll be able to fit in another match into this one without going over the 12-hour limit on YouTube. So I will probably close this one here. And I will be opening up my HVV Chaos one in just a few moments. I just gotta clean up a few things in my spot over here. Yeah, I'll set it up and then we can begin right away. Yeah. Good day so far, you know. I hope you all sign up for the Wars of Liberty Liga for Middle East. We already got a few sign-ups. I think we got about 3 or 4 so far. We're going to need a lot more on that, though. So just please sign up. If you can't sign up, find someone who will. Goal would be to try to get like 24 or 26 people minimum. If we can get more, that'd be even better. Yeah. Remember, every 2 people you get in means another series every week for me to cover. So every 2 people that you can get into my event, the more series that I will be able to cover each week. So if you want to see me cast Wars Liberty every day, every week, get me those people. If you don't, then I guess keep it super small. But I think you would want more people, right? Rather than less. So yeah, very good. We'll figure out all the money stuff later. We'll figure out how to do that. If it's too complicated, we'll probably turn that down and just let everybody. Well, I'll let everyone in now. Well, requiring money. I'm not asking anyone for cash. You know, here's what we'll do. We're gonna. That's what I think I've said before. Sign up people first. See how many people are willing to do it, and then willing to participate first. And then, if we feel like it's something worth doing, we'll do it. If not, yeah, that's why I was a little bit adamant about getting people signed up first, and then maybe introducing the entry fee. And I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyways, sign off now. Give me a few moments and then we will be doing the next stream. That will be going on for the next probably 2-3 hours. So yeah, that should be fun, right? Yeah, totally. See you then.